Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this regular session meeting of the Leawood governing body on December 15th, 2025. With that, I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Filla.
Here.
Councilmember Sipple.
Here.
Councilmember Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Sunkel.
Here.
Councilmember Kane. Here. Councilmember Guyed.
Here.
Councilmember Castor.
Here.
Councilmember Harrison.
Here.
And Mayor Mark Elkins is present and presiding.
Thank you. I find that all of the governing body is present and participating this evening, so a quorum does exist, and we will proceed with the business of the evening. And with that, I would ask the scouts from Cub Scout Pack 3197 to please present the colors.
Color guard, please take your places. Please rise for the entrance of the colors. Color guard, attention. Color guard, advance. Color guard, halt. Color guard, post the colors. Scouts, salute. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
2. Color guard, retreat. Color guard, halt. Color guard, dismissed.
Okay, you all may be seated. Thank you. And thanks to the scouts from Cub Scout Pack 3197. I would invite, there's a boatload of them tonight. I would invite them to come forward and introduce themselves. I think that they're prepared. We've got Tiger Cubs, we've got Cub Scouts, and we've got Weeblos tonight. And it seems especially appropriate tonight for them to be presenting the colors because they meet at Brookwood Elementary School on 103rd Street. We'll be having some conversations about 103rd Street just a little bit later on the evening. So if you all could just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about yourselves, we'd be grateful.
My name is Rudy Blanchard, Pack 3197.
Great. Welcome.
I'm Henry Webb. I'm from the Tigers.
Henry, we're glad you're here. We're glad you're a Tiger Cub.
I am Harrison Carter.
Harrison, welcome.
I am Lewis Cloudle.
How are you tonight? We're glad you're here.
I am George Rosenketter, and I am a bear.
Good, George.
I'm Luke Burgess, and I'm an Arrow of Light.
Excellent. Going on to Boy Scouts soon, right?
I'm Benny Wilson, and I'm a Tiger.
Hi, Ben. We're glad you're here tonight.
I'm Brecken Cummings, and my rank is a bear.
Welcome. You did a great job.
I'm Max Johnson, and I'm an Arrow of Light.
Congratulations.
I'm Jackson LaFerrier, and I am ranked bear.
Excellent.
I am Lincoln Matthews. I am a tiger.
We're glad you're here.
I'm Ethan Burgess. I'm a tiger.
Ethan, good job tonight. Harrison, you have one more thing for us, I think?
To the Mayor and City Council, thank you for your continued support of PAC 3197 and Scouting America. As a token of our appreciation, we are honored to present this flag. It once flew over Brookwood Elementary and was retired with honor by PAC 3197.
Thank you, Harrison.
Down here, I'll get a photo of it presenting it. How about that? How nice.
Harrison, thank you. You guys did a great job tonight. And I also note that each of the Cub Scouts and Arrow of Light and Tigers that participated this evening each got, and they're the first group to get this. You'll hear more about it here in a little while, but the For the Goal pins that celebrate Leawood's celebration of the World Cup and what we're going to be doing in World Cup here shortly. But Council members Harrison and Kane will tell us a little bit more about those later on in the evening. So, again, thank you, PAC 3197. Oh, Ms. Stromberg, we've done a little bit of work on the agenda this evening. You want to summarize that for us, and we'll see if it meets with the governing body's approval.
Yes, we had an amended agenda since it was first published. The changes are we have a committee business section of the agenda was moved to be now after special business. An executive session that was originally at the end of the meeting has been moved to be after the consent agenda.
And the agenda, as you've just described it, was published on the city's website earlier in the day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any additional corrections or amendments to the agenda?
No, we've provided some paper copies of those changes to the governing body at the dais.
Thank you. In that case, I would ask if there's a motion to approve the agenda as it's been modified.
Move to approve the amended agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sipple, and thank you, Councilmember Phillip. This is one of the last opportunities you all will have, so we'll be looking to you to make all kinds of motions tonight.
Be on the record.
Okay, very good, because the time is short for you to become on the record. So all those in favor of approving the agenda as it has been modified, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the agenda as modified is approved unanimously. Brings us now to the citizens' comments section of our meeting this evening and of our agenda. I would note that this is an opportunity for the public to make matters known to the governing body and to the city staff that relate to the business and activities of the city. We'll provide 4 minutes for those who have signed in this evening. You'll see a little box up on the upper left-hand corner of the podium there. When we get to about 30 seconds to go, that'll start to blink and it'll turn red and probably beep at you once we get to the end of that. And once it starts beeping, I would ask that you bring your comments to a close. And with that, the first person I have on the list this evening is Mr. Ron Vine. Mr. Vine, welcome back to the governing body. We're anxious to hear what you have to say.
Hi, my name is Ron Vine, and I live at 14817 Fairway Circle, Leawood, Kansas. You all might have gotten or should have gotten an email from me late this afternoon regarding the creation of the Enterprise Fund and the Capital Fund. So I just have very, very briefly follow up. I won't even take my 5 minutes or 4 minutes, Mayor. It was exactly minus a day, December 16th of last year, I came before this council and I stated that there was a lack of transparency in regards to the reports that the City of Leawood is receiving and that the citizens are receiving regarding the Iron Horse Golf Course. December 16th, 2024, lack of transparency. And on the agenda tonight, we're creating an enterprise fund and we're creating a capital fund for purposes of having greater transparency. It's taken a year. It's taken a year. That, as a citizen, I have to tell you, it was unbelievable when I started reading, when I started reviewing the agenda, and then I realized going through my notes that it was year plus a day that we have talked about. And over and over and over again, myself, my wife, and members of the advisory board have indicated questions they had with transparency, questions they had regarding the golf course. And over we were told that the reports that you have are transparent. They're very transparent. So what's changed? I will tell you what's changed. What's changed is we've continued to ask questions. My wife has, I have, members of the council. That's the only reason this is going on. So I'm glad that you're moving forward, very, very glad, and I hope that, as I indicated in the message, I hope that part of this is that we get a good monthly report that's transparent. So citizens deserve that. Citizens deserve to know where their tax dollars are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vine. We appreciate your comments. The next person on my list is John Hoover. Mr. Hoover, welcome to the governing body this evening. We're anxious to hear your thoughts. If you could introduce yourself and your address for our record, we'd be grateful.
I'm John Hoover at 9705 Lee Boulevard.
And Mr. Hoover, feel free to move that mic up a little bit. We had that
let's see.
down for those Cub Scouts. You don't need to lean over. So,
Okay.
Great. Welcome.
I want to thank you all for all the time you spend. I know you spend a lot of time on our city issues, and there's always somebody that disagrees with things that you're deciding. I'm hoping you'll reconsider taking a step with the old city hall. We moved in 1966, and back then we had a lot of meetings in that hall. And I think it's important to preserve that for Leawood. I think it's great that we're going to preserve that fire station, but the city hall is a little different to me, and I think it represents our beginning back then. I just want to say that if the city hasn't investigated and researched every way possible to get funding for that and keeping that city hall, I'd like to ask that they do it if they haven't done that already. There's numerous sources of funds. I just Googled, and I'm not really that knowledgeable about how to research this stuff, but I Googled and I came up with first, what about some smaller towns? Do they get are there sources of funding? And there's a huge list of smaller towns in Kansas. Then I said, well, what about in Kansas? Well, there's Atchison, Burlington, Clay Center, Howard, Leroy, Lyons, Maxville, Meriden. And in Meriden, they got $100,000 for structural repairs to a historic flower shop. Surely we could get some money for that city hall. Minneapolis, Stockton, on and on. There's lists, huge lists, and I'm going to leave these here for somebody to start with. But hopefully we've got somebody on staff that can research this. I started out thinking, well, there's probably some federal money. Well, yeah, but there's also state money, and then there's numerous other sources. I've got lists, 6 pages of lists of sources of funding. So that's my thoughts. I sure hope you revisit this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. If you could leave those with Ms. Stoddard, we would be grateful. She's the
Where
latest.
do I leave it? Right here?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Good.
Thank you very much. Mr. John Blum. Welcome, sir. And again, if you could state your address, we'd be grateful, and we're anxious to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I live at 9631 Sagamore Road, and I'm here also to talk about the new park that's proposed for 96th and Lee, and the old City Hall that's could be a part of it. I drive by that area a lot because I live right there in the area. And I do like the idea and endorse the idea of having a new park there. It'd be a great resource. But I came tonight also to ask you to please consider reopening the possibility of saving that old City Hall building. It's a neat reminder of the past of Leawood and when everything was up there in the north end. And I think it's kind of fascinating to see that style of a building, colonial, American, and to realize that that was like the edge, pioneering into this part of the area on the edge of development at that time period. It was only 75 years ago or so. So to me, I think it's a really neat resource, and I just kind of hate to see it demolished because we don't have another plan for it. So I would like to ask your governing body to be aware of what the Planning Commission is finding out more about it. It's been pretty difficult to track the whole project and the possibilities lately. But since the Planning Commission at the end of November had it on their agenda, they realized, gosh, we don't really know very much about this yet. We should continue this and find out some more and see what else could be worked up for it. So that's the gist of what I wanted to ask you for tonight. Please have an open mind about it in the future, and we'll see what the architecture firm can come up with next. I've gone to the discussion sessions, let's call them, where they show their plans, and they've got some great ideas, and they were very open to public input from it. I just wish that more of the public could be informed, so that they could give their input and their ideas for a park. Now, the architecture company has been quite responsive, bringing in revised plans and reading our comments and our requests. So I think that they set it aside, of course, the idea of the City Hall being kept in the lot there because of what the commission had built, what the governing body had voted on not to fund the preservation of the building. But hey, if it's not demolished and removed, that money could be used toward the renovation. And thank you for keeping your minds open and listening to all of my comments about it. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Blum, and thank you for sharing with us. Lacey Bowen. Welcome, Ms. Bowen.
10516 Meadow Lane. I want to be very clear about what is happening in the proposed TIF plan for the development of office buildings and apartment complexes, because the structure of this district is being used to tell a misleading story. By including the Leawood City Park within the TIF project boundary, the city is able to claim that a significant portion of the project area lies within a floodplain. That claim is then used to support findings of blight and financial infeasibility under the Kansas Tax Increment Financing Act. But that framing is fundamentally dishonest. Leawood City Park is not part of the development project. It is not being redeveloped, improved, or altered. No TIF funds will be spent there. The park improvements listed in your documents details a trail from the development to the dog park. There are no improvements discussed west of the dog park. The park is included solely so the city can count its floodplain acreage as part of the project area and argue that the floodplain conditions dominate the site. That matters under Kansas law. Under K.S.A. 121770, TIF eligibility depends on a truthful but-for analysis, and any blight
Designation under K.S.A. 12-1770A must reflect actual conditions of the land being redeveloped. Publicly owned parkland that is intentionally preserved for stormwater management cannot be treated as redevelopment deficiency. Yet by drawing the boundary to include the park, the city is able to say most of the project is in the flood zone, even though the portion actually being developed is not. It is a distortion designed to justify a public subsidy. It is true that the statute gives cities broad discretion in drawing TIF boundaries. However, discretion does not eliminate the requirement that statutory findings be truthful and based on actual project conditions. Including land that is not part of the project in order to claim floodplain conditions is not an honest application of that discretion. If the city removed Leawood City Park from the TIF boundary, the claim that the project is majority flood zone would disappear, and with it, the justification for blight and financial necessity. At the same time, the city is approving development that will increase impervious surface adjacent to that same floodplain. Increased runoff will move downstream into surrounding neighborhoods. Leawood has a statutory and moral obligation to adhere to stormwater management regulations and to prevent new development from creating harm. So the city is simultaneously using floodplain acreage it does not intend to redevelop to justify TIF and approving development that increases stormwater impacts on homeowners and businesses downstream. That is not responsible governance, which raises important questions that deserve answers on the record. 1, would this TIF district qualify if Leawood City Park were excluded? 2, what specific blight criteria in K.S.A. 12-170A apply to the land actually being redeveloped? Can the city state on the record that downstream flooding will not increase as a result of this project? As council members, you have a fiduciary duty to act honestly, ethically, in the public interest. Using a public park to inflate flood zone statistics and justify diverting future tax revenue to private developments violates that duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. We appreciate your comments. Beth Strobel. Ms. Strobel? Welcome, and if you could introduce yourself and your partner there, we would be grateful.
Wonderful. My name is Beth Strobel, and this is Olivia Strobel, my daughter. And we live at 10223 Lee Boulevard. And I'm here to talk about pedestrian safety on Lee and in North Leawood tonight. I live on the east side of Lee Boulevard, north of 103rd Street. We moved to Leawood from Kansas City, Missouri in 2015. When we bought our house, we weren't paying attention to the fact that there wasn't a sidewalk on the east side of Lee. We quickly realized that the only way to get to a sidewalk on Lee by foot is to cross Lee Boulevard directly in front of our house, jaywalking, or to walk through lawns to get to a crosswalk, trespassing. A bike lane was added in 2019, but city policy prohibits non-cyclists from using it. We like to walk to school in the mornings. I have had to teach my girls how to safely cross Lee to get to the sidewalk on the west side. In the afternoons, my older daughter, Sloan, crosses by herself. She's very responsible, and she will wait as long as it takes to have a totally clear street to cross. I tell my kids, you can never assume the cars see you. You always have to assume they're distracted, not paying attention, or not looking for pedestrians because there aren't that many of us crossing this street. It feels a little wild to have to say it, but I will. We need a sidewalk on the east side of Lee Boulevard. I don't care why it doesn't exist already. It doesn't really matter. If not a sidewalk, we require another way for residents to safely and legally cross to the sidewalk on the west side of Lee. If we can't do that, we should lower the speed limit on Lee to 25, like it is south of 103rd Street, to slow traffic down, and we could add signage to alert drivers that people will be crossing the road at random. Doing nothing is not an option. Status quo for the past 70 years, which is about when my house was built, resulted in the tragic loss of 10-year-old Duke Omert in October 2025. Duke was destined for greatness in his life, I have no doubt. He was a leader and a competitor, and he was bright and kind. His life was cut short due to a preventable accident, and if we choose to change nothing about how pedestrians navigate Lee Boulevard, I'm not sure I can stomach it. What is the point of beautiful trees and statues if we can't keep kids and other pedestrians safe as they move about our city? I am grateful to you, our mayor, and to our city council and our public works committee members who sacrifice their time and donate their years of experience and passion to serve our city. I am begging all of you to prioritize this. Safety for pedestrians as they navigate Lee, and please prioritize this above all else, including the 96th and Lee Boulevard Master Plan, which has been brought up tonight. We cannot afford to wait to make this important 10 years from now. We must act right now. And we can do it. We can find short and long-term solutions. This is our city, and the things we fight to change today will become our culture and our history. Other citizens have mentioned their desire to preserve the original City Hall because it represents our legacy. I'd like to see us ensure that our legacy is as a group of people who drove smart changes to make our city safer for the people walking and biking in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strobel. That concludes the folks that have signed in for this evening. And so with that, we'll close the public comments section of our agenda and move on to proclamations. Is Mr. Cawby available? Mr. Cawby, front and center, please. We had a little celebration in the City Council chambers before the meeting this evening to give staff an opportunity to wish Mr. Cawby a fond farewell. I just want to take a moment to publicly acknowledge the work that Mr. Cawby did in support of the City of Leawood. Under his leadership, he fully staffed out our finance department with great people that are doing great work, and hopefully will do great work once he's no longer their leader. Beyond that, Mr. Cawby took a great leadership role in modernizing our financial systems here in Leawood so that we can have more transparency when it comes to things like the golf course, and to provide better reporting systems so that we can see on a real-time basis how the city is doing financially. And Mr. Cawby, that is in large part due to your leadership and the work that you've done. And we're very sorry that you've decided to retire. You've certainly earned it. And I think that most people on this dais know, but Mr. Cawby not only has been a tremendous resource for the City of Leawood, but he is recognized as the top of his field of finance directors across the entire state of Kansas. And as I go to various meetings with the League of Municipalities, I'm constantly asked if I know Don Cawby and how he's doing. And so he has taught most of the finance directors across the state, and still has retained a friendship with those folks and has always been open to their questions. And we hope that even though he may be off to greener pastures and in a different place in the private sector, that he'll remain available to our finance folks here as questions come up. With that, we have put together a proclamation this evening. Before I read it, I would ask if any of the other governing body members would have comments for Mr. Cawby and his service to the City of Leawood. Anyone? Ms. Phillip.
I just want to say I understand how valuable you have been behind the scenes, and the fact that you're so cheerful about it and so conversant. It's really amazing, and so thank you for making us up to date in Leawood. And I even found during the reception, to reiterate what the mayor was saying, people just know you far and wide, and whether you're a city manager or the director of finance or working for a private entity, you are a treasure. Thank you for sharing you with us.
Thank you, Councilmember Phillip. Other comments for Mr. Cawby this evening? Well, if not, I'll read the following proclamation. Whereas Don Cawby has faithfully served the City of Leawood with exceptional dedication, leadership, and professionalism, and whereas Don has served as finance director with distinction, safeguarding the city's financial integrity strengthening long-term fiscal stability, and guiding the city through responsible budgeting, strategic planning, and sound financial stewardship. And whereas throughout his tenure, Don has been a trusted advisor to city leadership, a respected colleague to staff, and a steadfast public servant committed to transparency, accountability, and the highest standards of municipal finance. And whereas Don's expertise and steady leadership have played a vital role in supporting community growth, maintaining strong financial ratings, and ensuring that Leawood remains a thriving, well-managed city for residents, businesses, and future generations. And whereas Don is recognized not only for his professional excellence, but also for his integrity, good humor, collaborative spirit, and genuine care for the people of Leawood. And whereas the mayor, city council, and residents of Leawood wish to express their deep appreciation for Don's years of loyal service and lasting contributions to the community, now, therefore, I, Mark E. Elkins, Mayor of the City of Leawood, Kansas, on behalf of the governing body and the citizens of this community, do hereby extend our deepest gratitude and recognition to Don Cawby for his dedicated service, wise counsel, and meaningful contributions to the City of Leawood. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Leawood to be affixed this 15th day of December, 2025. Well, Don, the sun's already down, but you'll be riding off into the figurative sunset when this meeting's over. So, again, thank you very much. Thank you. And Don, we have for you your own personal Leawood street sign with the Leawood tree on it. Again, Don, thank you for your valuable contributions to the City of Leawood. I have no presentations beyond the proclamation or recognitions, so we come to item 7, special business. And item A in special business is to conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance of the governing body of the City of Leawood, Kansas, making findings, adopting a redevelopment project plan pursuant to K.S.A. 12-1770 et sec, and amendments thereto, authorizing the dedication of certain transient guest tax revenues pursuant to Charter Ordinance number 38, and approving a development agreement. And with that, Ms. Starr, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good evening, and good evening, members of the City Council. As you'll recall, 2 months ago at your October 6th meeting, the governing body took action to approve the preliminary development plan and rezoning for the $760 million Hallbrook North development project. Additionally, at that meeting, you approved a memorandum of understanding outlining the proposed incentives for this project. The purpose of the items on tonight's agenda under the special business section related to the project is to take several procedural steps relating to the incentives, as well as consider the development agreement, which expands on the memorandum of understanding. This evening, you will hear from Kevin Wimpy, the city's bond counsel with Gilmore and Bell, who will walk you through the key points of the development agreement. And additionally, David Atterbury, the city's financial advisor with Stifel, is here to summarize the findings of the feasibility study, which is a key part of the redevelopment plan you are considering adopting this evening. And this presentation will really cover all 3 of the items that appear on the special business portion of tonight's agenda. But we'll be available to answer any questions you may have, as will the development team. And I know that at the conclusion of the presentation that Justin Duff with Van Trust would like to say a few words as well. So I'll hand it over to Kevin Wimpy at this time.
Welcome back, Mr. Wimpy.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Diane. I'm Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, joined by my colleague Chanel Perez tonight, and we represent the city as its bond counsel. So I think we have 10 total slides, and at the outset, I'll do some project review the requested incentives that are before you tonight, as well as some of the procedural history here. I'll step aside for a few slides and let Mr. Arterberry cover some of the financials and number-centric parts of this that went into the feasibility study. Then I'll return to summarize the development agreement and some of the key terms there, and then finally land on your roadmap of action items for tonight. So this should all look very familiar. Quick refresher on the overview of the project and site there. As Diane said, the MOU in October that was approved by this body should have all this be semi-fresh in your mind and be fairly familiar. But to rehash, the headquarters here is anticipated to be a 444 square foot office facility, as well as some park improvements and connectivity and stormwater improvements on this site, as well as west of here. And finally, the associated structured parking, infrastructure, site work, and so forth. And that's what's termed the initial phase, estimated at about $300 million. The site shown here, I should have started out, is owned by the developer. So this is owned by the Van Trust entity. Second, the subsequent phases shown in the lower bullet point are, again, summarized here, but highlighted with the hotel, a couple of multifamily facilities, other office, commercial, mixed use, child care facility, restaurant, retail, and so forth, as well as at least a handful of structured parking facilities on this site here. This is a quick snapshot of the requested incentives, and as shown in the pie chart there on the right, the budget of incentives and projected incentives with the developer's budget shows about 18% of the project cost would be financed from public sources that we'll cover, with the remaining 82% being private. So easy to think of about a $4 to $1 private to public ratio at full build out. The first of the incentives is the tax increment financing, which runs for a term of 20 years, and that's the incremental increase in property taxes that gets captured and collected as annual property taxes are remitted, and then can be used to reimburse the developer for TIF-eligible project costs, which are largely horizontal infrastructure, acquisition, and the like. There's 28 mills that are excluded here that are for the school district, including the 8 mills of capital outlay, which are locally collected and very important to the school district, of course. So those are carved out by statute and shielded from capture. While TIF permits capture of local sales taxes to reimburse project costs, that's not anticipated here. So any local sales taxes at the site will flow through to the city's coffers. Just below that's the Community Improvement District, which is 22 years in term, and that's a 1.5% additional sales tax. So in addition to the city's, counties, and state sales taxes. So again, doesn't interfere with any of your existing sales tax revenue sources. And that's just collected within the defined site. Similarly, the transient guest tax is for a term of 22 years of redirection at commencement of the hotel operations. And that's your 8% TGT throughout the city, but again is confined to just the site. Those are the only TGT revenues that would be captured and available for reimbursement. We'll talk a little bit later how that's tied into the hotel and the deadlines there. There's also IRBs for sales tax exemption, so no property tax abatement that is available under the IRB statute, but not contemplated here. So just sales tax exemption on purchase of the construction materials and furniture, fixtures, and equipment through the IRB tool. And then finally, underscoring all of these is the fact that this is all pay-as-you-go or pay-go, meaning the city will not be issuing bonds to finance these costs, other than the IRBs I mentioned. But no issuance of bonds to finance construction costs. All the costs would be advanced by the developer or other private parties. Real quickly, here is just the procedural history. I know we mentioned at the outset there's a lot of steps involved in a tax increment financing project for one, and also the CID elements were folded in here, but many steps along the way highlighted by October 6th when the district was formed for the TIF, as well as the presentation of the Memorandum of Understanding. Between all these, there's plenty of publications and mailed notices and so forth to property owners that are prescribed by the statute that have occurred. But just wanted to display the procedural roadmap at how we arrived here in the middle of December with the several key votes ahead of you. As part of that process and as part of the development of the TIF plan involves a feasibility study. And here's where I'll step aside. Mr. Arterberry would present those findings under the feasibility study as required by the TIF plan.
Welcome, Mr. Arterberry.
Good evening, and thank you, Kevin. Again, David Arterberry with Stiefel Nicholas and Company, and I'm just going to spend a couple minutes here diving into the numbers. What we basically did is performed a feasibility study to look into the calculations and numbers that were prepared by the developer to make sure that they were reasonable and mathematically accurate. So I've got a few slides here that I want to go over. This first slide just basically shows what the total project cost is, broken down by the different components of the project. So you see the land acquisition, the headquarters facility, two different phases of multi-improvement projects, multi-family projects, for the total cost of $176.7 million. So that's just a summary, but we'll get back to that $765 million number here in just a minute. The next question then is how much incentives will be provided to the project? And as Kevin mentioned before, there are three different basic revenue sources that will be available that, when they're generated, would be then provided back to the developer to help them reimburse part of the $765 million project cost. And the three main sources of revenue are a property tax increment, so the incremental property taxes that would be generated from the project would be captured. The CID sales tax, so the extra sales tax on eligible retail sales within the district, as well as the transient guest tax from the sale of hotel rooms. The property taxes that are captured, it's not all of the property taxes. As mentioned, the school district has 28 mills of taxes that will not be captured by the district. Only a total of 84.215 mills based on last year's tax rates will be captured. 95% of that captured increment will be paid or reimbursed to the developer. That represents roughly right about 80 mills, with the remaining 4.2 mills going back to the city. So the city will be capturing about 5% of the incremental tax revenues. The next page here, what I attempt to do is actually put some dollar amounts to these different increments. And again, what we've done is reviewed the developer's figures, particularly what we reviewed with the TIF numbers is we checked to make sure that the estimates of the property valuations were fair and reasonable. We made sure that the calculations that they were done with regards to the amount of the property tax increment, when it would be collected and when it were received was accurate. And then we also looked at things like the growth rate assumed on the property over time. All of their figures seemed reasonable and appropriate. Now, some of the numbers that they used for the valuation figures were on the high end of what we would consider valuation. For instance, the valuation per square foot for the office building, the headquarters facility, was at the higher end of what we're used to seeing. But given the nature of the improvement and the fact that the improvement won't be done for several years, we thought that was a fair number to use for the per square foot. In total, the amount of property tax revenue that would be captured over the 20-year period of time would be approximately $108.7 million. The CID sales tax would be about $9.9 million, and the transient guest tax would be about $18.8 million, for a total of about $137.4 million. In addition to those three sources of revenue, the project would also be eligible to be exempt from sales tax on the construction materials, which would end up creating about another $14.6 million of savings for the developer. So in total, that amount of project incentives over the course of 22 years is estimated to be just a little under $152 million. Compare that to the total project cost of $766 million, which is the amount that the developer would pay on the project. So Cost them $766 million. Over the period of 20 years, they would get reimbursed about $152 million of that. These numbers do not include additional revenue that the city will receive. It didn't include the 5% revenue from the property taxes. That's about another $5.7 million that the city will get directly, as well as it doesn't include the city's existing 1.125% local sales tax that it will collect on any sales and room sales within the district, which is estimated over that period of time to be about another $6 million or so. Welcome any questions you might have about the numbers. I know I kind of covered a lot of ground here, but.
Thank you, Mr. Arbery. Questions for Mr. Arbery or Mr. Wimpy? Ms. Larson.
Mr. Arterberry, thank you for these numbers. This last slide, these numbers are a little bit different than what we had in our packet. I had the TIF capturing the property tax at $93 million in the packet, and the developer gets 95% of that for $88 million. And then I had on the transient guest tax revenue for the 22 years, I had $16 million from the packet, and this indicates 18. And then the CID, the Community Improvement District, I had a figure of $5.6 million in the packet, and then this is indicating 9.8. And then the total I had was $124 million with an overall cap of $137 million in the packet, and this is $151 million.
Yeah. Last week, updated numbers were provided to us from the developer that did a couple of things. One thing is the initial numbers that were provided anticipated that the districts would be created and implemented almost immediately, when the projects themselves weren't actually going to be built for several years. The updated calculations that were provided to us anticipated that the start date for the different collections would begin closer to when the actual projects were actually put online. So the same length of time is going to be, the taxes will be collected and captured. It's just that they've now matched up the start date more correctly or more consistently with when the projects will actually be online. In other words, the collection dates are going to begin closer to when the projects are actually built.
Okay. And then I couldn't quite hear on the city's 5% of the property tax to be collected. What was that total number? What was that new number?
About approximately $5.7 million.
Okay.
And the other item that was changed that we saw last week was that the CID rate, which I believe it has been discussed between 1% and 2%. Initially, the calculations were based on a 1% CID, and that was changed to 1.5%. That's why the CID number is up.
I thought the numbers in the packet were based on 1.5%, but the timing might explain the difference on that. I also had from the packet that the city sale, so the 5.7 is the 5% of the TIF.
Correct.
And then we also have the city sales tax from goods, services, and hotel rooms. Is that remaining at $6.3 million at a 2025 rate?
Oh, you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's at the 2025 rate. That's important because that could change.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Other questions? Ms. Harrison.
Thank you. I hope that you might be able to answer this, but if not, I'll lean on the city staff to do that. At some point in the presentations of all these meetings that we've had and all of the slides in the last 4 months, there was a slide or a number at one point that told us how much money the City of Leawood collects off of this property in a year. Do you happen to remember a ballpark of what that was, or
I
any
think-
bonus points to anybody in the room who happens to have
$1,400.
about $1,400? So that is
It's
less than $2,000 a year. And so I asked you that question. I knew it was a low number, but I was actually thinking, David, it was like $5,000. But so it's a fraction of what I even thought I remembered. My point in asking you that question is that while incentives used to be something that I didn't have a good taste in my mouth about, I've learned that when a property has sat empty for 50 plus years of Leawood growing around it, because this corridor along here is where City Park is, and we built that 50 years ago, and the apartments across the street are probably about 50 years old. This is a piece of land in Leawood that has sat empty right near the exit from the highway. Nobody else has presented a project to us, and this is going to bring hundreds of millions of dollars eventually to Leawood in tax revenue, if I'm understanding all of these. Tens of millions a year in tax revenue from hotel, alcohol sales, property tax, and we're currently getting less than $2,000 a year. So it is very easy for me to embrace something like this, understanding that for 50 years we built around this piece of property, and this is not the 10th organization that's come knocking on our door with a suggestion as to what we ought to do at this piece of property. So I know there's people in the audience here today that have concerns about this, and I say that I embrace this because of these numbers. So thank you for presenting this in such a digestible way to show our residents that this is actually very good for Leawood, in that we're going to have money coming in that we have not had for 50 years. I won't say 75 because I don't think anybody was building anything south of 435 75 years ago, but we all know 50 years ago they indeed were. So thank you for this easy to understand information.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Ms. Kane.
Yes, I don't know if this is a question for you, Mr. Arterberry, or for Mr. Wimpy, but we did have a speaker that spoke during citizen comments. Can somebody answer this woman? Very rarely are we sitting here being accused of some of the language that we were being accused of. I cannot say how enormously happy and excited I am about this project or the tenant that will be at this project. I think it will be a crown jewel. Somebody mentioned that name earlier, or that wording earlier in the day. So I'm enormously pro this project for many, many reasons, but I dare say I find it difficult to sit here and not have somebody more verbal and more addressed to this kind of this comment, if you would, please, especially knowing press is in the room.
I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Wimpy to address the question about the.
Yeah, Councilmember, we mentioned the procedural history, and the TIF district was formed in October. It's your October meeting, and with TIF, you need to have an eligible area under the statute to proceed and form a TIF district. And this TIF district, as was pointed out, covers the site of the private improvements as well as the adjacent city park. And there was an engineer's report in your packet in October displaying that the majority of that property was in the floodplain, and therefore that was the finding made to proceed with TIF. There's a couple ways and theories of drawing TIF districts, but what's central here is that, as was mentioned, the developer is doing some park improvements up front to improve connectivity and some of the access and trail system and that type of thing for the park. As well as Mr. Arterberry mentioned, close to $6 million over the life of the TIF district of TIF revenues that are going to be diverted to the city. That's the 5% share. And going back to the theories of drawing TIF district is that the TIF statute requires that eligible improvements have to be located within the TIF district. And so in order for the city to execute on those park enhancements and the types of things planned at the park, the TIF district would have to encompass that property.
So it's the understanding of our staff, as well as all the professionals that we have employed, that we are not doing anything untoward with this development.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wimpy, just to follow up on that, make sure I understand correctly that the 5% or $6 million, I think those are equivalent numbers that of the TIF money that will come back to the city. Those are earmarked to be dedicated towards park improvement, correct?
That I think that's the intent. Nothing you've done tonight or will do tonight would earmark or pledge those revenues, but that is one of the subcategories of eligible improvements for TIF districts, and I think the plan for that $6 million would be to do park improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Wimpy. Ms. Stoddard, you look like you were about to say something.
I was just going to add, thank you, Mayor, that in addition to some recently completed park improvements that we could, if we wanted to reimburse ourselves for, those include the pool house replacement and wave construction, and then the recently completed shelter replacements. But we have a variety of possible future park improvements that will need to be completed that currently don't have a funding source. There'll be various improvements at the aquatic center with the tennis, and then there's been discussion about pickleball courts, additional shelter improvements, additional dog park improvements, et cetera. So we have a list certainly of improvements that could be made to the park, and this new revenue stream of the 5% will help us be able to fund some of those improvements over that 20-year period.
Thank you, Ms. Stoddard.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kane?
Yes, I sat in those meetings when we talked about what were current and future projects, and so did Mr. Sippel, serving on Parks and Rec. So I was aware of that. I don't know how much my co-counsel was aware of that, but there is a laundry list of what we will be able to avail ourselves of because of this. And so again, I'm in full support of this project and the way this is being developed, and so are all of our professionals. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Mr. Sippel.
When would the first cash start to hit the City of Leawood from these tax assessments?
Sure. So with the TIF revenue stream, TIF begins collecting at the city level once the district is formed. So the district was formed in October. So going forward, the incremental property tax growth would start arriving with the city. For the CID revenue stream, it's embedded in the ordinance, but the CID sales tax would commence in 2030. And as Mr. Arterberry mentioned, the timing of that is intentional, that it aligns with activation of the site when sales would occur on the site, sales taxes would be generated. And so that's the idea there, and same principle goes for the transient guest tax.
The TIF is the big number, and that's probably going to happen when the county assesses or appraises the value of this development, which would probably be 28 or 29 before the first abrupt change. I don't know. I can't predict that.
If things go at the expected pace, I think that's probably a good approximation when some partial value would begin accruing to the site. As this group knows, the county reappraises as of January 1.
Right.
And that date is, we're 2 weeks away from the next one, right? When there will be very little or no change at the site. But looking ahead, assuming construction happens and things come out of the ground, you're correct that there'd be some partial valuation looking out 2, 3, 4 years from now.
So when dirt starts to move is probably when we'll start to see some changes.
Yeah, it'd be up to the county appraiser's office, but yeah, I think when the site starts getting activated and things go vertical is I think when the real dollars start accruing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sippel. Dr. Castor.
Yes, I had a question. I noted that the city's current CID policy limits the sales tax at 1%, and the applicant here is asking for 1.5%. I know we've done some CID projects over the years. Do you have any knowledge? Have we gone over the 1% in other projects before?
Well, sorry, Dave. I was going to say, with the city, I'm not aware the city has used CID in this manner for some time. There's been TDDs, Transportation Development Districts, that permit up to 1% sales tax.
We've used CIDs on Ranch Mart and on Camelot at 1%.
It was at 1%. All right.
But we did look into earlier other areas in Johnson County, and it's not unusual for a 2% and at least a 1.5. They vary 1.5, 2%.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Other questions for Mr. Wimpy or Mr. Arterberry? Ms. Larson.
Thank you. I had one other question that jumped out at me from the materials. I saw that the base value of the property is listed as $1,044, and I couldn't quite square that with the land acquisition estimated at $15 million. Do you?
Sure. So, Councilmember,
It looks like Mr. Arterberry is ready to answer too. Either one. Thank you.
Yeah, I trust Dave will kick me if I swerve into his lane here, but under the TIF statute, base value is a defined term, and the base year assessed valuation is set as of the date the district is created. And so as a matter of statute, the day the district was created, which again was 2 months ago, that assessed value is frozen under the statute and is the measure by which future assessed value is how the increment is determined. And so because what we mentioned a moment ago, where the site's currently very lowly valued at a vacant lot as of January 1 of this year, that base year assessed value is just drawn straight from the tax rolls as to what the current assessed valuation of the TIF district is.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Councilmember, I made one more note because you were astutely looking at the projections from the MOU and the projections, and asked Mr. Arterberry about a couple of changes. I want to note one more, is that what bolstered the TIF number as well is that between the MOU, the timing of the MOU and today, is I think the square footage of the office increased, which again increased the value, which increased the TIF revenue projection. So I want to mention that one more smaller factor as to why the numbers increased since your last viewing.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I guess just a kind of a follow-up question there. Do you know, Mr. Wimpy or Mr. Arterberry, because of the nature of that property, is it currently assessed as agricultural property based on and assessed at use value as opposed to the acquisition cost?
I don't know for certain, but I would tend to believe that it was based on the valuation, which is right now a little over $1,000.
Yep. Thank you. Anything else for Mr. Wimpy or Mr. Arterberry? Mr. Wimpy, you look like you had something to say.
I do have several more slides.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Development agreement overview, and just take a few minutes, and then again land on your procedural items tonight. So the development agreement that's in your packet is just that expansion. It's the full embodiment of the MOU. I think you'll find the terms are very similar and in alignment with what you saw a couple of months ago. I want you to just hear from us and the professionals working on this. You got a very collaborative and sophisticated partner. It's been a great back and forth, and I think you'll see they've been responsive to city's desires here with this project at several points. First, on the schedule, we've talked a little bit about expectations there, but the initial phase, which again is that headquartered office facility and the park improvements, is contractually obligated to commence by next spring, or spring of 27. Incomplete no later than end of 2030. And I think you'd hear from the developers that those are back in contractual dates, and they obviously plan to move ahead at pace more quickly than that. The hotel is obligated to be done by the end of 2031, and I think the same story holds there. The key thing to note about that deadline for the hotel and delivery of that is that's directly tied to the reimbursement of the transient guest tax revenues. So that figure you saw listed separately for transient guest tax is contingent on them delivering the hotel and the level of quality of the hotel by that date. The rest of the development is subject to market conditions and developer discretion. That's not atypical for a big campus like this, like we've seen in other agreements. And what really, other than market demand, is that with pay-go or pay-as-you-go incentives, these clocks that we've discussed begin. And it's really the developer's incumbent to begin at pace and produce those revenue generators within the site so that they're able to realize more incentive dollars than they otherwise would if those things don't come out of the ground on time. There's conditions precedent to reimbursement that are typical in an agreement like this, and the main one being that a component of the project must be complete before they'd receive any reimbursement for that project component, so you're not reimbursing during the construction period for those components. And then specific to this one is the developer's presentation of an executed lease with a locked-in entity for that office facility to occur next year, which would precede any reimbursement by several years. A couple more notes, which at this point are very much review, but know that there's two governors in the agreement that control disbursement or a cap on the incentive proceeds. And first is the defined term overall cap, which is that 137 million and change number. That's flexible among those sources you see there of TIF, CID, transient guest tax. So that is a hard cap number, but the sources can fluctuate among those three sources of revenue. And then the second governor there at the bottom is the public-private ratio of no more than 20% public dollars going into the project. And that really comes into play so that at no point during construction or reimbursement, we'd be upside down on that ratio. There'd always be more than 4 developer dollars for every one that the public entity puts in. We've talked about the 95-5 split of the TIF revenues and the city's intent to use those for TIF-eligible costs there at the park for park enhancements. And we've also talked about the hotel and tying that to the transient guest tax revenue reimbursement. What's also present in the agreement is a commitment to deliver a hotel of a certain quality. Listed in the agreement as examples are the Inn at Meadowbrook, a local example, as well as a couple of other boutique-style hotels that are probably familiar to you. Final slide here, just landing on tonight's action items. There will be 2 public hearings required by statute, the first one relating to the TIF project plan, and the second relating to the Community Improvement District and the imposition of the 1.5% sales tax. And then in your, for the action items tonight, the first is an ordinance approving and adopting that TIF plan and the execution of the development agreement. Statute requires that as a 2/3 vote requirement of the governing body. Next would be an ordinance establishing the Community Improvement District and levying that sales tax. And then finally is a resolution of intent expressing the city's intent to issue IRBs for the purpose of granting sales tax exemption on construction materials for the components of the project. That concludes any prepared remarks, but again, be happy to stick around and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wimpy. Additional questions for Mr. Wimpy? If not, Ms. Stoddard, do you have anything in addition?
I do not, Mayor.
Mr. Duff, do you wish to be heard this evening? If you could introduce yourself, please, and your business address.
Justin Duff with Van Trust Real Estate, 4900 Main, Suite 800, Kansas City, Mo, 64112. I'll be extremely brief. I just wanted to thank the governing body for your consideration this evening, as well as Diane Stoddard and staff. It's not always the case that we can say that we've had such a pleasure of working with staff. They've been right with us. They've understand the timelines. They have been very collegial in their approach on doing what's best for the property and what's best for the city at the same time. So for that, we're very thankful because it's been very efficient for us, which is where the lanes we like to live in, right? So again, thank you all for your consideration. We look forward to taking another giant step in the opportunity to develop this piece of property in the city. And with that, I'd like to introduce Julie Gibson with Lockton to make a couple comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Good evening, Ms. Gibson. Welcome back.
Good evening. Thank you for having me back again. I'm Julie Gibson. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for Lockton. Do you need my address as well? 444 West 47th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64112. My home address is 9210 Manor Road, Leawood, Kansas. I'm not going to restate the comments from earlier. I'm just going to thank you once again for your time, for your attention, for your thoughtfulness. We continue to believe this is a very special site. I understand this is a generational decision for the City of Leawood. It's a generational decision for Lockton as well. And so I just want to thank you for your time, for the opportunity to be in front of this board, this governing body. And just, you know, with the decision tonight, we're getting one step closer to, you know, Lockton being able to chart our own course for the future of the company and what we really need for to match both our ambition and our growth. So thank you for your time, for your leadership, and appreciate being here tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Any questions for Mr. Duff or Ms. Gibson? If not, as Mr. Wimpy indicated, the process relating to an ordinance for a redevelopment project plan requires that we conduct a public hearing. With that, I would open the public hearing. I would also note for the record and ask that the record include the comments of Ms. Bowen that were delivered during the public comments section of our agenda, and ask that those be added and included into the record. Are there any others in the audience who wish to be heard on the question of a redevelopment project plan in connection with this project? Yes, ma'am. If you could step forward, please. State your, if you introduce yourself and give us your address, we would be grateful to hear your comments.
Hello, Karen Finaroli. Hi, Julie. How are you? Live at 11709 Aberdeen. Hello, Mary. We're neighbors. I am a CEO in Metro Kansas City area. I am also a citizen in Leawood. I've lived here 15 years. I moved here from Boston, Massachusetts. I'm also a victim of carjacking in the Lockton parking lot on the plaza 3 years ago. And I am concerned, and I want to make you aware, that when you build a large facility, public opinion matters. I scheduled myself in town today to assure you that I'm a citizen that will speak up on safety. I'm on the safety council of our neighborhood, and I care deeply if any citizen is hurt in a public place. I'd like you to consider two things as the city council and a mayor. By definition, you are empowered to enhance the lives of citizens, to provide services to protect citizen welfare. When corporations negotiate a place in our neighborhood, we have an obligation to stand up for safety. That's why I'm here. I'd like you to consider a request for a new Leawood substation on site that is within your authority and mathematical consideration for a property that's almost $1 billion. I know your TIF funding is $125 million. And for Leawood, even a modest % increase in crime is a big deal. You will have vehicle break-ins, you will have 6 floors of garages, you will have women that have children on site. And I care deeply as a routine average citizen about safety. Whether or not you are the owner of the property, or your real estate company is the owner of the property, or Lockton or any Fortune 1000 is the tenant of the property. Leawood is a jewel. It is in the paper. We move here from all over the United States, so we need to up our game. What is holding you back from putting any safety considerations on that PowerPoint? It shocks me that the word safety or increased safety is part of that. Would I dare challenge you to even approve this without consideration? You have it within your mathematical budget to do a sideline item and decide how much that substation would cost. I'm sure Lockton would be overwhelmingly happy to have more safety because the property on the plaza, they're a tenant. Price Brothers was the real estate consortium that had or didn't have safety on site. When I was pulled out of my car by my throat in daylight, and my 6 women interns saw this happen. The second thing I'm asking for, which is a reasonable request, is the creation of a safety fund. A standalone Leawood safety fund, it's about time. Leawood should create this fund solely dedicated for public safety, sidewalks, thank you very much for that, young lady stepping forward. Simply diverting a small piece of the revenues for permits, franchise fees, negotiated settlements, earmarked for public safety, technology training, and additional police. Cameras, drones, whatever we can modernize. It should have multi-year funding authority that is beyond the budget, which means it is proprietary and it represents truth. In closing, this is not a request for another study. It is a request for action. Please consider putting inside of this development a substation. It's small. Prairie Village has one. Lenexa has one. Why can't Leawood have one? And then establish a perpetual community safety commission and fund a standalone safety fund. If in fact you are elected for the safety and welfare of our city, we all should stand up and act like we belong together. Leawood already has a remarkable quality of life and homes. I live less than 500 feet from this subdivision. Let's lead it and be clear about visible safety, rapid response, and long-term prevention so that every resident, every business owner, every new business owner, every real estate owner and developer would be proud of this jewel. You need to up your game. Thank you very much for listening to me. I have the email from my carjacking. I'll give that to you so you can research that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments relative to a redevelopment project plan for this project? If not, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Thank you, Ms. Villa.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of closing the public hearing on the question of a redevelopment project plan for this project, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed by unanimous vote. Now we come to the consideration of an ordinance adopting the redevelopment project plan and authorizing the dedication of certain transit guest tax revenues and approving a development agreement. Does staff have any further comments with respect to the redevelopment project plan?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there discussion from the governing body about the proposed redevelopment project plan? Ms. Larson, I thought you were about to raise your hand and I wasn't sure. I apologize.
Somebody's got to go first, right? I'm very excited about this project. And I think it's important to understand that Leawood has never had a TIF before. This is new terrain for us. And the size and magnitude of this project is what is driving us to consider doing it at this time. I think the Lockton headquarters would be a great asset for our community. A lot of times when citizens are talking about tax incentives, there is a perception that a tax incentive increases each resident's tax burden. And I just want to clarify that if we were to proceed on this, not only would each resident's tax burden not be increased, it would be decreased by this large development within our city. We would be creating sales tax to the tune of roughly $6 million over the course of time, and by recovering the 5% of the TIF, we would also be receiving approximately $6 million worth of tax to the tune of a total of $12 million, whereas right now our property taxes that we're receiving from this property are negligible, somewhere under $2,000 a year. So this is a great benefit for our community, and that's why I plan to vote in favor of these incentives that we're offering.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Other comments? Ms. Kane.
Yes, thank you for that. And I don't want to sound like a broken horse, but we, broken horse, is that? I don't know what that was. Sorry, that came out wrong. We've really, really worked hard over all these years to be a city of distinction. And now we had to, because we're almost built out, and this is some of our last remaining land that is undeveloped, changed our city motto to living with distinction. And to not only Mary used the words, the size and the magnitude of this project, but what really compelled me to be in the affirmative is the distinctive nature of the tenant. And Lockton is again the caliber that we strive for in the city, the caliber of residents, and they're everywhere you look. We're very, very lucky, very fortunate, and I always say it did not happen by accident, right? So here we have this stupendous opportunity that is not only going to help our residents financially, but it is also of a tenant and a developer both. They go hand in hand, of the highest caliber, and they are a legacy, homegrown, local corporation, and we're thrilled. We're thrilled about this potential. So we have had 3.5 months, if you looked at the calendar, of open meetings. There's nothing been behind the curtain here. We're being very transparent. We're having open public hearings again tonight. Again, this has been 3.5 months where everything's been published and out there for everybody to see. So this is nothing, again, I used the word untoward earlier. There's nothing been hidden about this process. It's a process that has been done by the letter and crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And I'm excited to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Other comments? If not, do I hear a motion relative to the proposed ordinance to adopt a redevelopment project plan relative to this project that we call Holbrook North?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Sippel.
Second.
That was Ms. Guyette. Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Well, as indicated by Mr. Wimpy, this proposed ordinance requires a roll call vote and a 2/3 vote. If there's no further discussion, I would ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Alan Sunkel,
Aye.
Sherry Guyed,
Aye.
Julie Kane,
Aye.
Lisa Harrison,
Aye.
Deb Phila,
Aye.
Chuck Sippel,
Aye.
Mary Larson,
Aye.
Steve Castor,
Aye.
I have 8 votes in favor and none against. The requirement is for 6 votes to pass. So by roll call vote, the ordinance relating to a redevelopment project plan and the appropriate findings related to that ordinance is hereby approved and adopted. We come next to the question of an ordinance authorizing the creation of a community improvement district within the city, again relating to the North Holbrook project. Does staff have anything in addition to add relative to this particular ordinance? Ms. Stoddard.
No, Mayor.
Anything more from Mr. Wimpy or Mr. Atterbury? Thank you. Mr. Duff, anything from you? Thank you. Well, given that, I think that what we would ask is that relative to the proceeding on this ordinance relating to community improvement district, that the information that was given by Mr. Wimpy and Mr. Arterbury be included in the record on this particular ordinance as well. I guess one question that I want to ask and clarify of staff, and apologize, Ms. Stoddard, for asking you this tonight, but my recollection is that historically, for a community improvement district, the city has had a policy that related to the age of the age of the property that was to be improved. And can you comment a bit about the implications of that policy and what staff is proposing with respect to this ordinance?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that, Mayor. So in the agenda materials, we pointed out that the city does have a current CID policy, and as Ms. Bennett pointed out earlier, we have several CIDs that we have established in the city of Leawood previously. Your current policy does have a couple of things to note on it. One, it does have a cap of 1%, even though the statute does go up to 2%. And then the other element of the policy that I think is important is that it is limited to businesses that have is how the current CIDs have been applied, and also the CID usage in the current policy has been limited to exterior improvements only. So those are the three things, as I had indicated in the staff materials. In looking at, again, the magnitude of this project and the impact of this project, I think the deviation from the standard policy in this case is appropriate, and it is something that the city is likely to not see another $760 million project. I think there will be good reason why we can point to a deviation in this particular case, but that would be my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Starr. Appreciate the recommendation of staff and the justification for that recommendation. Again, I guess with respect to this matter, the statute requires that a public hearing be opened and for us to accept comments. With that, I will open the public hearing. I would again ask that the comments of Ms. Bowen from earlier in the evening be included in the record on this particular ordinance, as well as the comments from the speaker who spoke after or during the course of the last hearing. During the course of the last hearing, that be added to the record here as well. With that, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on the question of creating a community improvement district for the North Holbrook project? If not, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? Thank you, Ms. Villa.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Any discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed by unanimous vote. Brings us to a discussion on the creation of community improvement district. Do any of the council members wish to be heard with respect to this one? I would also ask that, again, Ms. Larson, Ms. Kane, if you don't mind, if we include your comments from the last motion as part of the record on this particular ordinance.
Of course, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any additional discussion relative to the creation of the community improvement district? If not, this matter does require a roll call vote, although I think it's on a simple majority, if I remember correctly. So if there are no further comments with respect to the question of creating a community improvement district for the North Holbrook project, I would ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Phila.
Aye.
Oh, that's true. We did not get a motion or a second before this.
Oh, I did not get a motion? Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Phila. I guess I'll let you finish your sentence before I interrupt. Your motion is?
To consider the creation of a community improvement district.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Any other discussion? My apologies. And thanks again,
Mr. Mayor,
Powell.
I just wanted to echo again what Ms. Stoddard said, and again, would be my view as well, is that I would consider this an exception to our policy, and it's not what we're going to use as a precedent to use on every future project, and that just given the scope and scale and significance of this project, I think it's worth doing an exception.
So, in other words, not a precedent for future projects, unless they
that would be my
close to $1
my
billion.
personal view. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? If not, I think I do have a motion and a second this time, and a roll call vote is required. And I would ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Phila.
Aye.
Councilmember Sipple.
Aye.
Councilmember Larson.
Aye.
Councilmember Castor.
Aye.
Councilmember Harrison.
Aye.
Councilmember Sunkel.
Aye.
Councilmember Guyed.
Aye.
Councilmember Kane.
Aye.
Thank you. Once again, I have 8 votes in favor and no votes against, and the motion is approved, and the ordinance authorizing the creation of a community improvement district is approved as well. So now we come to a resolution indicating the intent of the City of Leawood, Kansas to issue its industrial revenue bonds in the amount not to exceed $766 million to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, and equipping a commercial project for the benefit of KCL Holbrook North LLC and its successors and assigned. This is for sales tax exemption only. Again, I do not believe that a public hearing is required in this instance. Does staff have any comments that they wish to add?
No, Mayor.
So once again, I would ask that the record include the comments from staff and staff's consultants that were made in connection with the redevelopment project plan. And ask then if there are any comments or questions by the governing body of staff or its consultants relative to the question of issuing industrial revenue bonds in connection with a sales tax exemption only. Ms. Larson.
Just something to mention that the creation of parking garages is very expensive, and so that's always factored into our improvement of IRBs and would be consistent with our past policy.
Thank you. Other comments? If not, I believe that this resolution does not require a roll call vote. And I would ask, is there a motion to approve a resolution indicating the intent of the City of Leawood to issue industrial revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $766 million?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Filla. Any additional discussion? If not, all those in favor of adopting the resolution declaring the city's intent to issue industrial revenue bonds not to exceed $766 million, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Atterbury, Mr. Wimpy, thank you very much for your work on this project and for your comments enlightening the governing body as they made their decision this evening. I think that concludes the discussion with respect to Holbrook North. Mr. Duff, again, thanks to you and Ms. Gibson for your comments as well. We now come to item 8 under committee recommendations, and we begin this evening with a proposal to approve a Public Works Committee recommendation to convert 103rd Street from 4 lanes to 3 lanes from Pawnee to Sagamore, and further study a traffic signal, or HAWK, that's in all caps, at Brookwood Elementary School. Ms. Kane, do you wish to be heard, or shall we defer to Mr. Lay?
I'll start, and then Mr. Lay can add on. We had 2 meetings on this, well, at least 2 meetings on the subject. 4 of us serve on that committee, so half of us were in these meetings. We had every seat in this room was full, and we ran out of time the first meeting. We had to have a second meeting just to hear all the public comment. You heard some of it, well, this evening was talking about Lee, but it all kind of goes together with safety being of paramount importance to the city. So at that point in time, we did approve the recommendation from the Public Works Department, and the committee recommended to convert 103rd Street from 4 lanes to 3 lanes from Pawnee to Sagamore, and we directed staff to proceed with this project and to work with the committee to further study a traffic signal at Pawnee, or HAWK, at Brookwood Elementary School. There was some additional learnings and some additional dialogue as to what type of light should be and where should that light be. So that was, we committed to further study there, but the fundamental project we voted to proceed with. David?
Yep, thank you. So a little brief history on 103rd Street. It's been in the budget for several years at $2.8 million, and it was intended to be a mill and overlay with some pedestrian improvements in front of Brookwood Elementary School. As part of that, we were considering a couple years ago looking at the traffic volumes because of the number of complaints we were receiving about pedestrian safety. We looked at the traffic counts, and it appeared from just our view that we could potentially go to a 3-lane section and then stripe bike lanes to help create a buffer between the sidewalks and the vehicle lanes. So the city hired Affinis engineers in 2024. We took some traffic counts, and they agreed they felt it was a suitable street for 3-lane section. They presented a plan in May to the public at Brookwood, and we received considerable feedback. I believe there were over 60 people at that meeting, and it really fell down to most of the complaints surrounded 3 big major items. The first one was the residents didn't feel we had collected enough traffic data, and that there was too much traffic on 103rd Street for a 3-lane section. So we went out and collected traffic for 3 months, from the end of June through the end of September. to get those 3 months and determine what the maximum daily traffic was, which ended up being right at 9,400. And then we also, in October, we went up and looked at Mission Road north of 75th Street. That was a 4-lane road in Prairie Village where they converted it to a 3-lane section. That road actually carries 12,000 vehicles a day, so it considerably more volume of traffic daily. The peak hour was closer to what 103rd Street is, but it still carried more during that peak hour traffic. And so we feel we were doing our due diligence there as far as trying to verify the traffic volumes. The other two areas of concern were at Brookwood during pickup times. The traffic spills out to 103rd Street. The other location people were sending us pictures in was at 103rd Street at State Line Road. There's a high volume of traffic eastbound in that area, and so that was queuing up from State Line to Sagamore. And so the engineers updated the plan, presented that to the Public Works Committee, and we have them here today to go over that plan. So we have Affinis Engineers, and it's, I believe, Addison Miller is going to give the presentation.
Great. Mr. Miller, welcome. If you could introduce yourself and your business address, we would be grateful.
Sure. Addison Miller with Affinis. I'm a professional engineer, professional traffic operations engineer as well. So as David mentioned, we originally got this project from the city to look at 103rd Street from Mission to State Line Road to see what they could do with specifically safety improvements and to improve mobility for pedestrians and bicycles along the corridor. And as you kind of mentioned, it was originally a mill and overlay project, so this was not a complete reconstruction, not a street widening, anything like that. So we had some constraints of staying within the existing right-of-way, staying within the existing roadway, and trying to see what we could do to increase safety on the corridor without disrupting the efficiency of vehicular traffic. And so the main points that we looked at for 103rd Street traffic are the 3 traffic signals, Mission, Lee, and State Line Road. Since those are really the only points where 103rd Street traffic is controlled. It's uncontrolled free flow anywhere else. And we compared the 4-lane section versus the 3-lane section, and they operated almost the same. And then we also projected future volumes for 20 years into the future, and then compared it at that time, and there was really no difference. There's a small increase at Lee Boulevard, but not enough to, I guess, the level of service it's a letter grade, so A would be the best, F would be the worst, but even the small amount of delay was not enough to change the letter grade significantly.
Can I ask what the B, C, D, are those grades or?
Yeah, yes. So that's the level of service. So that equates to like the amount of delay you would expect at a intersection. So these 2 tables are specifically talking about during the AM peak hour, so the busiest hour in the morning, and then PM would be the busiest hour in the afternoon or evening. And then that letter grade would equate to how much delay you would expect. So a grade would be like almost no delay. A B would be maybe 10 to 20 seconds, something like that. And then as it goes on, it would get worse. So like an F grade would mean, you're sitting there like over a minute or something like that. And that is average for all vehicles. Thank you. So I guess just to reiterate, between the 4-lane section and the 3-lane section, we were not seeing really any difference between the two. This picture is an example of the existing 4-lane section. There is a little bit of variation throughout the corridor right now, and then the proposed 3-lane section. Originally, as David mentioned, we kind of looked at the entire corridor outside of the approaches to State Line Road and Mission Road to convert that to 3 lanes. but eventually it became apparent that really the main focus was between Pawnee Lane and Sagamore to try to keep pedestrians within the school area in mind, while also maximizing the capacity at both Mission and Sagamore, since they were, or Mission and State Line, since they were the heaviest volume intersections. Some other considerations we looked at when we're studying this corridor was speeds. When we found that generally most cars travel within 5 to 8 miles per hour over the speed limit, and that was something we looked at. If converting to a 3-lane section, you would likely see a reduction in that. We looked at crash history. There's not a lot of crashes on the corridor, but one pattern we saw was cars stopping to turn left, getting rear-ended, and converting to a 3-lane section would allow left-turning cars to be in a turn lane and not be sitting in a through lane. The existing sidewalk for most of the corridor is right next to the curb. There's no separation, and that was kind of an incentive to put in the bike lane. I can go back to this. If you can see in the bottom proposed 3-lane where the bike lane is, it actually moves the cars away from the sidewalk, moves the travel lane away to create some space there rather than the travel lane being directly adjacent to a sidewalk. I know that was a concern of a lot of people, especially parents, because of the elementary school there, that kids would be walking right next to cars going 40, 45. And then the other thing we looked at was the signalized school crosswalk. As mentioned before, we looked at it initially just replacing it with a hawk signal at the existing location, and that was the preferred option versus right now it is just a standard red, yellow, green traffic signal. And the ramps and push buttons are not ADA compliant. So initially we looked at just replacing that with a hawk signal, which is, they have one at I'm thinking 143rd and Mission by that elementary school. It's a high intensity actuated crosswalk. And it only activates when the push button is pushed. And it tends to increase compliance with drivers because it's only being activated when the crosswalk button or when the pedestrian button is pushed versus being on at all times. And so those were kind of our initial considerations. And as David mentioned, we had a public meeting that we took a lot of citizen and resident comments and eventually came back and kind of revised some of the finer details on it, where we narrowed the 3-lane section between Pawnee and Sagamore, and then we wanted to do a little more look at the traffic signal. And then from the Public Works Committee meeting, we had some additional kind of things to look at that they wanted us to review before approving the project. And as David mentioned, we looked at a similar roadway, which was the north of 75th and Mission. We reviewed the posted speed limit to see if reducing the speed limit would increase the safety. We looked at options for putting barriers, channelization, and then, as stated before, we looked at moving the traffic signal to Pawnee Lane in the school driveway on the south. As David mentioned, we looked at Mission Road. There's approximately 12,000 cars per day on that roadway, and on 103rd Street, there's between 7 and I think it was around 9,400 on the high end. So when looking at that, we felt pretty comfortable that the amount of traffic, you wouldn't be seeing a significant change losing a through travel lane, and it may even operate better because cars would not have to be aware of vehicles stopping in a travel lane to turn. And also when looking at that section of Mission Road, we felt it was appropriate because there was a lot of side streets, a lot of driveways, similar amount of traffic signals, there's a school on it. The city also put a camera out there, and we reviewed the video just to make sure that there was enough gaps for people coming out of their driveway, coming out of side streets, to make sure there's enough gaps for people to make turns, and we didn't see there was any issue with that. The next thing we looked at was the speed limit. There was some thought of if we drop the speed limit, that could make people drive slower. And one thing we found was just dropping the speed limit, just changing the sign doesn't necessarily increase the amount of people driving the speed limit, and it doesn't necessarily decrease the speeds on the roadway. The way the road is designed has a little more to do with how people drive versus just the speed limit. So we felt that lowering the speed limit could actually cause more speed discrepancy, where there are a lot of people still doing 40, 45, but then you'd have people who are driving 35 would now be driving 30, and that could actually create a more dangerous situation because of the speed difference. So we recommended not reducing the speed limit on the roadway. We also looked at the use of barriers and channelization. So barrier would be like a physical, like actual barrier to limit where cars could go, would redirect them onto the roadway. And then channelization would be more like, tubular markers, so almost like cones that would be along the edge of the roadway. We looked at the barriers, and while they could create a more safe situation, the actual size of the barrier we found would actually take up too much space in the roadway, that you would eliminate bike lanes or have to eliminate a travel lane in order to fit that into the actual roadway. And similar with channelization, we found that placing a physical object in the roadway, because of the limited amount of roadway, you're not gaining enough benefit for just trying to squeeze extra things into the roadway. And that doesn't even mention like the additional maintenance of those things. If you're having barrier, then you're going to have more issues with snow plowing, with snow piling up on the barrier, or even being pushed over the barrier and onto sidewalks and onto the bike lane. So based on that, our recommendation was not to have any barriers or channelization. And then the final thing we looked at was the traffic signal relocation from the existing the location that's right outside of Brookwood Elementary School. So that would be just east of Pawnee Lane. It is only a crosswalk signal right now. And we with some conversation with the Public Works staff, they had an idea that it might actually function better at the school driveway at Pawnee Lane because of a concern of the safety of, especially around school dismissal, of the mixing of pedestrians, kids crossing the street, cars trying to turn in and out of the school driveway. And as mentioned before, during dismissal time, cars actually back out onto 103rd Street, causing some issues there with possible sight distance. So that was one thing at the time. We looked at it, we thought it was a feasible option, but we did not have enough data at the time to make a determination one way or the other to recommend it there or the Hawk signal. So as a summary, our recommendations are to convert the 4-lane section to a 3-lane section from Pawnee Lane to Sagamore Road, install bike lanes on either side of the roadway in that 3-lane section. You'd have dedicated left turn lanes at the intersections in the 3-lane section, and then to investigate replacing the traffic signal at Brookwood Elementary with either a hawk signal or moving the traffic signal to Pawnee Lane.
Thank you. And Ms. Kane, what's the recommendation of the Public Works Committee?
We recommended going ahead with, and I want to thank Affinis. Affinis did a great job. They really listened and were very patient and very responsive to the neighbors. We had massive public input. You guys got most of the emails, or all of them, I imagine. And then they came to the public, the meetings, and spoke publicly. The second one, we actually moved from 7:30 to 8:30 just so that we could even get more people. And somebody from the school, Shawnee Mission School Board, was there, as well as the police department. So we really felt like, as a team Leawood here, that together this project, was thoughtfully and moved forward in a very, very great manner. So yes, our recommendation was to go ahead and accept Affinis's recommendation to convert 103rd Street from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. From Pawnee to Sagamore, and they will still continue to investigate whether a hawk signal or a traffic signal moving it, as he just mentioned. So with that, do I make a motion?
Why don't we go to discussion before we go to the motion?
Thank you.
Sorry. I'll be looking to you for a motion shortly. Okay. So questions for Affinis or Mr. Lay with respect to the analytical work that's been done? Mr. Sipple.
Just a quick question for Affinis. Is it fair to say that the distance between Mission Road and the first change from 4 to 3 lanes on the west side of the school is about the same as State Line to Sagamore on the other side? It seems like on the west side it's a longer 4-lane section. Is that true?
I do not know that off the top of my head. I'm not sure the distances.
Well, the question is shouldn't, because we're talking about a speed control area in front of a school, should it be relatively the same? I had a constituent ask about the distance between Mission Road and the first 4 to 3 squeeze down. Is that about the same as State Line going up the hill to Sagamore?
Mr. Lay, any thoughts?
I don't know offhand if it is, which one's longer, but for, the plan would be for eastbound, once you get across Mission Road, that we would start placing signs up to give the public plenty of notice that the right lane is turning into a right lane, that they need to merge to the left lane as the through lane. And as you go, right around State Line Road, currently there's only one westbound lane in that area. So really we have that extra room between Sagamore and State Line to be able to maintain that 2 lanes. And it's all based on what the traffic's doing out there. So currently it's queuing up to Sagamore Road. And sometimes if it goes a little bit west of there, what we've seen in pictures, what people have provided us, is it's just queuing in 1 lane. And so that's why we're really addressing it and started it at Sagamore.
Okay. So it doesn't have anything to do with the early morning sunrise and people going east towards the school from Mission Road. We have all sorts of urban legends being developed here, so. Okay. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Ms. Larson?
Oh, I didn't have any questions. Just a comment on Mr. Sipple's question. I walked the 103rd Street corridor between Mission and State Line and watched the traffic and experienced the sidewalk adjacent to the street, which is kind of unnerving when you have a full-size truck passing by. And there's different things going on in this street. There's a lot of school children coming from the west. There's a crossing guard at 103rd and Mission these crossing guards are amazing. They they know their stuff. They're getting, they make sure these kids are safe. So you've got kids coming from the west to go to Brookwood, and then you've also got kids coming, there are some a little bit farther east of Lee, but you've got a bunch of kids coming from that Lee area to go to Brookwood and go to the west. And so it's, in my mind, this whole design is really to facilitate the safety of those children and their safe in getting to and from school. And while this may not be as convenient and expeditious for drivers on 103rd Street, I think that this will greatly improve the safety of the children, and there are a lot of children walking to school on beautiful mornings. And then I went over to watch dismissal, and the traffic, the pickup traffic seems to move pretty well with that double stack lane at Brookwood, but there is some overflow onto 103rd Street. But I think when we look at moving the traffic signal to Brookwood, is it Pawnee? I think that would really be helpful, and I'm optimistic that that will improve the situation greater than what we're deciding tonight, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Dr. Castor.
I got two questions. One for Mr. Lay, too. I think I saw that this was going to be on the 2027 plan. Is that right? Is there some way we can expedite this and start the project in 2026? Maybe I misread that.
It's supposed to be 2026.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I said 2027. And then a second question again for either our consultant or Mr. Lay. Again, as I keep kind of thinking through these hawk signals, I spoke at the last meeting about a Leawood resident who mentioned the hawk signal on Lee Boulevard. When it flashes yellow, she happened to see 5 cars that just went right through the yellow while a child was waiting. And I think we had talked before about the MUTCD didn't usually want people to use red lights, but to me that's kind of seems logical that for every other light for a driver, yellow means slow down but don't stop, but red means stop. So is there some way for us, not only in our existing hawks, but in the future, to somehow change those colors to red to alert drivers that it's time to stop?
For changing like a standard like that, that's probably a somewhat difficult process. That wouldn't be very quick. That would be typically they have to like kind of like do research and go through a process of that to like change the color of the lights. You wouldn't be able to just as a city decide, hey, we're going to change these to red.
Mr. Lay.
Yeah, what you're referring to is the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, the RRFBs. So what we're proposing to put in front of the school was a hawk.
Okay.
So that is the red lights. So that
Okay.
has, so in front of, we put those in front of Mission Trail.
Okay, so it's a kind of a standard kind of.
It's what we're doing in front of the
Red
schools
light,
is
okay.
that hawk signal, because those are warranted based upon the volume of pedestrians that we have there.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of it, but it is a overhead crosswalk.
I was just.
It would flash. I think it flashes yellow first and then red, and then it's not the like you mentioned the rapid flashing beacons that are just on the sides of the roads that flash.
Thank you
for
for
the
that. Appreciate it.
misunderstanding there.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Other questions? Ms. Harrison.
For David, as a general rule, when we make changes along roadways where people are used to, driving 20 years the same, we're not a smart people when it comes to this sort of thing. Can we put up some of our signage, those signs that when we tell people construction's coming on a certain date, can we tell them for months that the traffic pattern is changing? I don't know how many words and letters we have on those signs, but to save the children or to, protect the children, we're changing the traffic pattern here. Wake up and, because I make that that drive on Mission Road that you spoke of north of And the first 10 times that I did it when I got a new job and was driving to 66th and Mission, I was like, wait a minute, I'm losing a lane? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, it was not, you weren't expecting to have to get over to the left lane, that the right lane was a turn only at 75th. And, you know, I was the problem many times before I got used to that. But then once you do it, I mean, the traffic moves. You know, the people who do it every day, they're very good at that. But I feel like we're going to need to retrain a lot of Overland Park residents, a lot of Leawood residents that have been driving that corridor twice a day, 3 times a day, all these years, to explain the why. I know we'll do it with social media, but we're going to be touching a lot of Overland Park people and Missouri people, really, who are using that to get to Lenexa. You know, I mean, that's just a Missouri to Lenexa corridor right there. So I hope we can, for months, warn them this is coming.
Yeah, we'll put the signs out once we have the roadway open back up. We can put our variable message signs out there, that flash, to grab their attention to yield over. We don't have that issue westbound because it's just one lane, staying as one lane.
Right.
But
yeah,
for eastbound, just to warn people, because that's going to be one of the bigger challenges, is for people to realize that that right lane turns into a right turn lane, and they need to yield over. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Other questions? I guess the question I have for Affinis, and I think you touched on this, and David, you as well. You know, in my experience, clearly there's a concern, and an appropriate concern, about the safety of the school children, and that's of paramount importance here. Having said that, I did have probably more than usual residents approaching me about concerns as to the congestion that this proposal could create along 103rd Street. And I wanted to ask you to comment on that. You know, it's kind of intuitive that if it goes from 4 lanes to 3, that now the pipe is smaller that's pushing the fluids through. That happen to be a bunch of cars. But as professional traffic engineers, can you comment on what we might expect in terms of congestion on 103rd Street once this project is complete?
Sure. So the first thing I would say is we did compare it to a similar roadway that even has higher volume, that we did not see any, you know, significant amount of delay on that roadway that would cause issues, especially, like, you know, for residents. Like that was one concern that we heard was, you know, well, if you go to 3 lanes, we're not gonna have gaps to pull out of our driveway or pull onto 103rd Street. So that was one thing we looked at. Another thing is a undivided 4-lane like it is now, in some ways operates like a 2-lane roadway, because if you have enough people stopping to make left turns, you're really only having 2 through lanes going through anyway. It's just you're going to have more weaving because cars are moving in and out of lanes. And the 3-lane section, kind of the big thing of that is you're moving the turning vehicles out of the through lane, so you're not going to have as much side-to-side movement. And I guess the other thing is that the amount of delay that you're going to have, or the amount of waiting time, it's possible that it goes up a little bit just because the capacity of the roadway is going to go down. But I think for the amount of safety improvements that are being added to it, a couple, you know, from one end to the other, it takes you a couple more seconds. I don't think that's like a significant enough change to avoid safety improvements.
Another question I had that you did address, but would like to hear it maybe again, or maybe elaborate a little bit, and that was that a concern by folks that live on the streets that empty onto 103rd, concerns about whether they would be able to get out, make a left-hand turn to maybe head west, or coming from the other direction, make a left-hand turn or turn right. And I think you mentioned in your presentation that you'd done some work that indicated that the traffic control signals would actually create gaps that would permit those kinds of turns from the streets coming into 103rd. Did I get that right, or can you reiterate that?
Yeah, so one thing the traffic signals will do is they will, what's called like platooning. So you get so rather than cars just being spread out and then it's harder to kind of fit in between the cars, it'll kind of bunch cars up. So you may have to, wait till that group of cars pass, but then you'll have then a larger gap to get out and turn. So the signals on either end and at Lee do, whenever they stop 103rd Street, would create gaps at that time, and by the platooning of vehicles, it also creates gaps. And then also, as I mentioned, we got some video on Mission Road north of 75th and reviewed that, and that was, during the busiest times of day, and we saw cars. It's, when you're on the road, it feels like it's very busy, but when we were watching the video, it did not seem like people were having much issue with turning out on a roadway that was even higher volume than 103rd Street.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Phillip.
I was just going to mention, having seen this on row 75th going north, I noticed that because of that protected lane, it actually, I felt, made the traffic smoother, because you don't have people jumping from, oh, somebody's turning left, I'm going to be stuck here, so I jump over to the next lane, then they have to turn, they hit their brakes, and then I jump over and I'm back. So that keeping everyone on alert, I saw it smooths out the traffic, and it makes it, I felt, more comfortable for everyone to continue the pace they wanted to go in, because everyone was moving out of the way so that you could continue, and there's less stress in the system. There's not that rapid hopping from lane to lane. So I think that personal experience that I've had matches what I'm hearing you say is the results.
Thank you, Ms. Phillip. Any other questions for a finisher for Mr. Lay? If not, Ms. Kane, this may be an appropriate time for your motion.
Woohoo! I move that we accept Affinis's recommendation to convert 103rd Street from 4 lanes to 3 lanes from Pawnee to Sagamore, and direct staff to proceed with the project and to work with the committee to further study a traffic signal at Pawnee or Hawk at Brookwood Elementary School.
Thank you. Second. That was Mr. Sunkel. Very good. Any additional discussion? If not, all those in favor of approving the Public Works Committee recommendation relative to a modification of the traffic patterns at Pawnee to Sagamore on 103rd Street, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the governing body unanimously approves the recommendation of the Public Works Committee. Ms. Kane, thank you very much for all the work that you and your committee did. This has been probably the first in what's going to be a series of opportunities for you going down the road. And to Affinis, thank you all very much for the work that you did and your responsiveness to our residents as well as to the governing body. Thank you very much. We've been at it for a little over 2 hours now. I think that I'll call for a break, and we'll return here in 5 to 7 minutes. So.
But David said that this is going to start in 26, right? We're going to start moving dirt in 26? Right. Whatever. I'll tell you, I was a skeptic out south of 135th on Mission Road going 2 to 3. I was a proponent of going to 4 like we have on 143rd Street. It works fine. I mean, people get in that left-hand lane to turn, and that's usually the cause of the congestion, and it works great.
And then by Friday, then I really go low. Yeah.
I did not. She had not signed that.
Fenner-Roe-Lee.
Although Ms. Larson, she seemed to know Ms. Larson.
I think she lives in Hallbrook.
Yeah.
I didn't catch her name.
Karen Fenner-Roe-Lee. I think it's Fenroli. Let me check that really quick for you. she's with, it says Fenaroli and Associates on LinkedIn. Thank you for coming.
No yawning.
I know,
Oh, we got 2 or 3 hours to go
I
here.
know.
Is he an architect? Odo? I just wonder if he was one of the Taylor on
Nope, can't say that's happening regularly. That's neat. They said the flag flew over. Oh, no, the grommets are from the flag
Yeah.
that they retired. Aha!
Yeah.
This flag, meaning the grommets.
Yeah, I
flew
didn't know
over.
if there was ashes in here someplace,
Is there
because it
a-
says it was retired, which
Yeah.
means it was burned.
Right, yep, okay, that's a clever way to do it.
That's very cool.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Well, they're kind of, they're filled with.
Just need to make it through.
Yeah.
Stacy's gonna turn it up.
We strung them through a chain.
She's like, "Are you cold?" I was like, "I'm freezing."
Is that
She's
right?
like, "I'm cold too."
Pretended.
Get tired of it.
The Daniels who lives in Leawood. Do you know the Daniels?
I kind of remember.
They live on 129th in Waterford. A big military family. Like dad was in the military, and then a
Oh,
couple
I do
of
know
his
that.
sons.
I do. That's,
Jan,
yeah.
maybe Bill.
Yeah, both of the boys on West Point.
my
They both played
dogs,
on the West Point football
I have a
team.
heating pad for
Okay.
them.
Yeah, they were in, one of them.
They
was in
freaking
Texas.
love it. They're little.
Well, I was thinking they were about the
They
age of
just
your
curl
kids.
up on this.
Yeah, so
like this
one
big.
of them
It's their
was
favorite
actually
thing.
injured.
So
in
they've
one of
just
his
been
tours.
thrashed
We
out.
presented them with
Like
the,
every day, this has been
I think it was when I was with PAC 335.
curled up
I
on
don't
this
think it was a
heating
church
pad.
kind of thing. But that was kind of cool for the kids too, because
I
they're
actually bought them dinner.
oh
They
cool.
were, they were at.
Oh, I would love that.
Oh, cool.
Sold the,
Yes, sir.
I love a weighted
That's
blanket.
lovely.
I don't have a heated one.
oh, he was in Iraq.
I need one of those.
Yes, although with an extended family, it's
I love a
harder
weighted blanket.
to juggle schedules, but that's a good problem to have.
No, I want to sleep the minute I get home.
I know, it's like a vicious. I mean, I want it, but I also want to sleep. Like,
I'm calling you at 1 a.m.
didn't even have a Diet Coke at Don's party.
Thank you. No, that sounds divine.
It does sound really, really good.
It sounds really
But if
good.
I have coffee now, it is.
We can all be texting each other at
That's what I
midnight
said, at
when
1
we're
o'clock in
wild.
the morning. I'm so excited about turning.
There you go.
Have a piece of chocolate.
I know, so I'll eat candy.
I'm good,
I
thanks.
got some mint tea, though.
Appreciate it. I know, I can't.
I would have a cookie. I need a
Find that person. I'm ready to drive there. And where do they live? 2 a.m. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have fun with the kiddos.
Oh, you too.
Whopper.
Oh,
Is that what you want? I just want M&Ms.
Good, but.
I don't know what this was. I don't know. I didn't like it though. It's not that good. Mm-mm.
Waterford Watershed Study, Ms. Phillip.
I think your mic might be off.
So this is, the golf course recommendation was first, correct? So we had, did anybody look through that entire study? I mean, was that just like a work of art? I mean, it goes on and on and on. So as we move to the watershed solutions instead of, the finger in the dike solution, there's a whole lot of other maybes that could be considered. So we had a very productive stormwater committee where we narrowed it down on price and viability to options 2 and 3. And we made a motion to support either of those options based on the meeting that's scheduled with the golf course this month, whether it's option 2 or 3. Option 2 has the benefit of giving a complete rework to the road for that stretch where it would already be disturbed, so that's the plus. This is the last project that the county had where we're getting a 75-25 split, is that correct? And versus the new projects are 50-50. So we are the last one, this is the last project, and that's the reason we went with option 2, which has allowed us to take advantage of that copay by the county to improve the entire road. So I'll let David answer more technical questions. And
Okay, thank you. I have a PowerPoint if we can bring that up. All right, so this is not a recommendation at this point. This is just to provide a quick update to the council. So here's the project area, as you may all be familiar with. So it's mostly Leawood South. Yeah. So we have Leawood South. Right in this area is on Winonga, that 12600 where it becomes Lake Winonga during the heavy storm events. The engineer created this model to calibrate their computer when they were running through, and they took measurements of where it had flooded before and had the storm events so they could get through their computer model to calibrate it, make sure that everything was being addressed. And so when we make the submittal to the county for the preliminary engineering study, we still have to do 3 alternatives, a minimum of 3, with one of those being home buyouts. And so there will be one alternative submitted to the county, which will be for home buyouts. I believe there are 5 homes. But in addition to that, they'll also have to make some roadway improvements to get the road out of the floodplain. And as Deborah kind of mentioned, it's a pretty extensive flood study that the engineers did for us. They had about 30 or so alternatives up front. It was kind of preliminary, very concept, just trying to figure out what's going to solve the problem in unique ways. And we ended up really keying down onto 3 alternatives, with one of those being detention. This first one, alternative 1, was detention underneath Pawnee. That ended up costing a little bit more and didn't provide all the benefits because all the stormwater still went down to that creek at the golf course. Alternative 2, we call the Pawnee bypass. And then we had alternative 3, which is doing a parallel route. So on alternative 2, and this is the one that was recommended by the Stormwater Committee for when we meet with the golf course to try to let the golf course know that this is the one the city prefers. So this is Pawnee, right around 127th Street, and we're collecting most of the water that's coming off of Waterford, and we're redirecting it north underneath Pawnee. And what this does is it's about a 60-inch pipe, so it's fairly large. It's reducing the volume of water that gets down to Winonga. So this is actually bypassing 2 of the golf course's fairways, and so that really helps limit or reduce the amount of water that they have on those channels, which they have a considerable amount of erosion. And so we met with them last week, and so we provided them this alternative along with alternative 3, which they've already seen. This one collects some of the water that's kind of south and east of this area. It actually creates a parallel pipe system to Winonga, so it takes considerable amount of water, but it puts it underneath the golf course. And so we'd be digging up the golf course in order to install this. And then as you get down to the discharge point, then it'd be the same amount, about the same amount of water getting there as it currently does today. So the next steps, we're working with the golf course. Once they get back to us, which should be by the end of the year, they'll have their preferred alternative, whether that's 2 or 3. We're going to need an easement from them. So they've been willing to work with us quite a bit on that. And then we'll come back to this body with their recommendation and an updated stormwater study, and then submit that to the county for their approval. The hope is that we could do construction potentially in 27. We would need to move forward on design early next year with WRS, Water Resource Solutions, and then start the first phase, which would greatly reduce the flooding that's occurring on Winonga.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Questions for Mr. Lay? Ms. Larson, I'll start with you.
I just wanted to thank you for this work on the project, because the residents have really suffered from the flooding, and they've had a lot of damage to their homes, and so I really appreciate the committee's work and your work in trying to resolve this. It sounds like a good plan that you've developed. I hope it's well received.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Mr. Sipple?
David, what are your anticipated outcomes of this in terms of, is the Leawood South Golf Course going to put some conditions, stipulations on us that's going to make it difficult? I mean, how long they're going to close the golf course or reroute everybody around, what is that, hole 16, and move everybody to 17 and take your par or something like that?
So we would be working with the golf course and doing most of this project on the course during winter time. So we anticipate, especially if they go with the alternative 2, we're only down there on their golf course probably be maybe 3 weeks worth of work to do that. And we're off the fairway at that location. So we should be able to maintain, or they should be able to maintain their play. The other alternative 3 is going to be a little more of an impact because it's going to be a deep hole on the golf course. But we had a public meeting. In September, we had the public meeting. I believe there were about 30 residents that were there, or 30 different properties, and everyone seems to be pretty supportive.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Other questions for Mr. Lay? Mr. Lay, just again, thinking about the process here, I think you just said that you were hopeful that we could start construction in 27?
It'd be really pushing it, but if we can get started on the design early 26, we could get a project out to bid and be on the golf course in early 27 to start. Now, it would probably take 6 months to complete the project, but we would at least be starting in 27 on the golf course, get off the golf course, and then work our way up underneath the street during the summer.
So what will the next action that you will need? Will you need a recommendation from the Stormwater Management Committee and then some similar in form to what we just did with 103rd Street, or what's the process?
They recommended that that Public Works talk with the golf course, and if they want alternative 2 or 3, they were fine with. We would bring that recommendation back to you all for your approval on the draft study, and then we would, once you guys approve that alternative as the city's preferred alternative, we would then submit that to the county for their review and approval of that study.
And then did you say the total is ballpark 4.8 million? Is that what you're
just on that one phase, the Pawnee bypass? It's either we do the bypass or if you do the parallel pipes off Winanga, they're just a little under 5 million.
And of that 5 million, what would you expect the county to be paying? 75%? We would pay 25%?
They would pay 75% of that.
And is that currently on the CIP, or are we going to need to do some rejiggering on the CIP to put it in there, or are we going to need to find money someplace else from our budget?
We'd have to look at the 1/8 cent sales tax for that portion. If we do the Pawnee, any of those bypasses, we would have to use the 1/8 cent sales tax, the metal pipe fund, because we wouldn't be adding or replacing metal pipe with that project. So we couldn't use the metal pipe funds. It would have to come from the 1/8 cent sales tax.
I thought the 1/8 cent sales tax is not going to metal pipe replacement?
Well, if we do either alternative 2 or 3, both of those are adding new pipe systems, and we're not replacing metal pipe with those projects.
Right, but that's what I was asking. My recollection was that the 1/8 cent sales tax funded the pipe replacements.
No, the metal pipe replacement program, it's set up for $1.5 million a year beginning next year in 26, and it's for metal pipe replacement. It's a bonded project.
That's a bonded project. Okay, thank you. So
the 1/8 cents is the odd project.
Right. And my concern is that absent us doing something, we're going to run out of the 1/8 cent sales tax here very quickly. So that's why I was asking the question. Okay, very good. Any other questions for Mr. Lay? Yes, Mr. Sipple.
I just want to make one comment for David and the people in the Public Works Department. They did a wonderful job at 119th and Mission Road. We had a big erosion issue there on the north side, and their contractor got in there, and I think within 2 weeks it's all buttoned up and they're ready to plant grass. So thank you for that. That's a very busy intersection.
And when we dug it up, we didn't find any metal pipe. It was all rusted, so.
Anything else for Mr. Lay or for Ms. Villa? Mr. Sipple.
Question. On the SMAC dollars going from 75 to 50, is that going to cause us any problems in any other part of the city other than this issue?
It'll actually help us because prior to them changing it was 75%, but for only flood control projects. Now it's down, even though it's down to 50% for flood control, we are now able to get 50% for maintenance projects. So the metal pipe projects, we can submit to the county and get reimbursed 50%, which we couldn't do before. So,
thank you, Mr. Sipple. Well, I think that this was basically made an update as a report, so I don't think any further action is requested from the governing body, correct?
That's correct. We are hoping to be back mid-January.
We'll be looking forward to seeing you because I think everyone's excited about this project. Next is a request to approve the Stormwater Committee's recommendation to contract with Olsson for the Indian Creek Watershed Master Plan. Ms. Phillip?
As you saw in the write-up, the city is already working with the consultant. I should say the consultant's already working with this overall watershed project. So they're very well suited to help us and orchestrate this, stepping back and taking a bigger look at what's going on with Indian Creek and the various issues we've had. So by doing that, we're tapping into the already existing work that they're doing. They're the pros. They're doing the current Indian Creek project evaluation of their floodplain. So we're just stepping right into the project and asking it for us to look at our Leawood component of it. I believe it's $90,000 that we're asking for, and I think it'll give us a lot of good information about what's the best thing to do, whether it's a residence or for whatever resident. There's several residents who've been part of that.
Thank you, Ms. Phila. Mr. Lay, anything to add?
I do have a map, if we want to bring that up. There we go. So kind of refresh your memory here. So these are the projects that we talked to Olsson about when we're just trying to get a ballpark on the price. And so we have, starting on the east end, which is State Line Road, you have State Line Road, the commercial development just west of State Line Road. Then there's a significant number of residential streets on the north side of 435. We also want to look at a couple areas through the park. So we have the city park, the fields that flood, and then also if there's any potential option to increase pickleball tennis court area. So we're going to have them look at that. Lee Boulevard through City Park. We are looking to put beacons up there for a warning system for flooding. So currently that street floods rather frequently, at least once a year on average probably. So we're looking at putting some yellow, kind of like our RFBs that would start flashing when the waters start getting on the street. So we're working with the county on that. So that'll be coming in 2026. And then looking at future city park use there east of, well, I guess it's just west of the cell tower, so between the parking lot and of the 75th, and then also the cell tower, and then also Mission Road on the west end, because that area underneath 435 floods. And so the plan is hopefully to negotiate a contract with Olsson, and that would include a couple public meetings. They would also have some funds in there to be able to go out and meet with some property owners individually to address their concerns on site, and then develop a master plan for this area so we could have potential costs with the benefit for each project.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Questions for Mr. Lay? Mr. Lay, just to reiterate, this project is kind of the first step, or at least the most recent step, in addressing those concerns that were brought to us when we first considered the Hallbrook North development plan. Is that right?
Yes, we've had a couple other projects that we've looked at to get some engineering feedback on, but we want to look at this whole area as a entirety and break these down so you can have a cost benefit analysis for each one, and then you can budget that accordingly.
And will the project include public input at all?
Yeah, so we'll have a public meeting, there'll be Stormwater Committee, we'll have 1 or 2 meetings, and then we also included some time with the engineers to go out and meet with property owners.
And as Ms. Phila noted, one of the things that's interesting about this is it fits into an overall Indian Creek Watershed project that Olsson currently has got going, right?
Yeah, so they're currently modeling this entire watershed for the updated FEMA flood maps. And so they have the most current model. It's a 2D model, so it's a lot more accurate than in the past. And so that's the model that they'll be using to look at each one of these.
And the final output that we're looking for from Olsson is a proposed master plan for addressing the concerns that you've identified on this map.
Yeah, so we're looking to have 2 to 3 options per location with costs for those.
Very good, thank you. Other questions for Mr. Lay or Ms. Phila? If not, do I hear a motion relative to the recommendation from the Stormwater Committee to contract with Olsson with respect to Indian Creek Watershed Master Plan?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Phila. Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the Stormwater Committee recommendation relative to a contract with Olsson, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the recommendation is unanimously approved. I'd also take this opportunity to commend and thank Ms. Phila for the many years of work that she's done on the Stormwater Management Committee. She's become quite the expert when it comes to the issues that relate to a Stormwater Committee and to stormwater, which, oftentimes I get asked, Mayor, what was the biggest surprise that you had when you came into office? And frankly, one of the things I had not anticipated was the concerns that we have over stormwater management. And thanks to Ms. Phila and Mr. Lay. We're in great shape to begin the process. We've got a lot of work to do, but Ms. Phila's done a great deal to bring it to the top of our attention and our concern. And so we're grateful for that and for what you've done, Ms. Phila.
Thank you so much, but I do have to give credit to Lou Rasmussen, who proceeded, because he was absolutely adamant about TV, taking pictures of every square foot and mile of our stormwater so that we would know what we had to deal with. And he was relentless on making sure we stayed on task on that. And just one thing I'll say, and I'm sorry if it's a repeat, but the thing about stormwater is kind of like, Rodney Dangerfield. It gets no respect because the only people that care about it are stormwater engineers and somebody who's had a flooded basement. Everybody else doesn't know and doesn't care.
Well, you've done a lot to make us care, and we will commit to continuing that concern and that level of awareness once you have left the seat next to me. So I appreciate that. I will not touch that.
I've gotten lighter.
So we come now to the consent agenda this evening. I know it's a little bit out of place, but I appreciate the forbearance of the governing body in addressing the special business and the committee recommendations at the front so that the residents who were concerned could hear what the matters that they were particularly concerned about and move on with their evening. Are there items on the consent agenda that any governing body member would like to withdraw for further discussion or questions to staff or to me? I'll start with Ms. Kane.
I and J.
Two of them.
Yes.
I and J. Ms. Harrison.
Also I.
Ms. Kane beat you to it.
She did.
Is that it? Anything else? Dr. Castro.
L, please.
L is in Lima. Any other items? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items I, J, and L? Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Phila. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the items on the consent agenda with the exceptions of I, J, and L, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the balance of the consent agenda is approved. I'll call item I, which is a resolution authorizing the mayor to accept a quitclaim deed from Madison 133 LLC to the City of Leawood pertaining to the real property located north of 133rd Street and west of Mission Road. Ms. Kane, I'll start with you.
Yes, I just wanted to do a shout out to Dan Taylor, who is the owner, as I understand it, the owner of this land, this 2.37 acres. Pastoral Dreamer was placed on land that the city didn't own. And it's been a little bit of a point of consternation over the years when possible development was planned around there. So the fact that he has deeded by quitclaim this land to the city really is helping all of us, clean up this one matter. So just a shout out to Dan Taylor, developer here in our fair city, and I think that's pretty cool that he did it.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Ms. Harrison.
I would second some of that. I wanted to point out for the novices in the room, and there aren't any because they all left, that in the 10 years I've sat here, I haven't seen a developer give us anything, any land, unless it's in a floodplain and we have to clean it up every time it rains. So, so this is a wonderful first, and nothing exchanged hands. This developer has had some projects in front of us in the last month and has more coming before us, but there was no quid pro quo. I think one project came before us in the 10 years with a proposal for this. It was maybe a daycare of some sort, child care center, and we said that's not going to work here with the traffic flow. But it's a funny piece of property. I don't feel like everything is developable, and I think that this is an example where a developer said, I've bought a piece of property and maybe it's not developable after all. So I know many of the people whose homes are back up to this, and they are elated to know that there isn't going to be a building pop up, some sort of an office building pop up in their backyards after 30 years, 35 years of having green space. I hope we might be able to turn it into a unofficial pocket park or something, another place for the dogs to go do their thing. This is a very busy pedestrian corridor, and Gezer Park trash cans get a lot of dog do action, and so maybe we can have a little dog station here. But this is just a win. I know this isn't my ward, but it's across the street from where I spend a lot of time, so I'm thrilled. So I thank Dan Taylor, who was here earlier.
He was.
But he left.
He was.
So many thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Dr. Castor.
Yes, just for the record, I want to acknowledge that I know the applicant socially. However, this has no bearing on my ability to evaluate this objectively.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Ms. Hurley, any comments?
No comments.
If not, is there a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the mayor to accept a quitclaim deed from Mission 133 LLC for the property on which the Dreamer sits?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Any other discussion? All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The next item on the consent agenda is a resolution approving a revised final plan for East Village residential fencing located north of 135th Street and west of State Line Road. That's Planning Commission case number 78-25. Ms. Kane.
Yes, I'm just a little bit confused by the way this read. Are we saying that there's going to be a fence all along 133rd Street to the north of the berm? Or does this say that individual homes can fence their yard?
It's so that the individual homes can fence their yard. The LDO allows for residential properties to put in fences in their rear yards. However, this is all zoned MXD, which is a commercial zoning district, and so they can't put in those residential type fences in that commercial zoning district without them being part of the approved final development plan. So yes, it's for each of those individual lots should the owners choose to put in fencing.
And is this new? Was this just not foreseen, or are the buyers of these lots wanting to fence them, and that's what prompted this initiative?
I'm not sure if it just wasn't foreseen or just somehow overlooked when the original final development plan came through. I believe that this was prompted by an individual owner wanting to fence their yard. And then when that came into our office, we kind of realized that oversight and that it hadn't been part of the final development plan when it initially came through.
So this goes, according to the picture, it goes for this, it just goes for the purple sections?
Yep, so it is for the twin villas and the single family, the detached.
Right, so they're not going to fence that area in. This is for individual homes.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Other questions for Ms. Hurley? Mr. Clover, are you here this evening on behalf of Odo Development? And if so, do you have any comments for us?
I'm here, but I have no comments.
All right, thank you.
With that, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Kane.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Phila. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of adopting the resolution approving a revised final plan for East Village relating to residential fencing located north of 135th Street and west of State Line Road, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. We come last to the Police Department monthly report. Dr. Castor.
Yes, I just wanted to just take a moment just to commend the police department. We're at near the end of the year and just had significant reductions year over year in burglaries, theft from vehicles, and stolen autos. So thank you to the chief and all of the police members, because that doesn't come by accident. And so we recognize all the great work that you all do. I did just have a quick question. And as far as the response times, I was just noticing that it tends to vary from month to month, year to year, and from zone to zone. And I was just curious why the Code 1 response times tend to vary from month to month.
Brad Robbins, Police Chief. It just varies.
It's random.
It's completely random. You don't get, I believe, roughly 10 to 12% of our calls are Code 1 response times, and you never know whether that Code 1 response to an injury, traffic crash, or something like that, whether we'll have an officer around the corner or whether they're coming from a mile away. You're never really sure. The luck of the draw, we had the video that was put up a couple months ago with the auto burglars. The call came out and our officer was a block and a half away on 83rd and State Line. It was 83rd and Overbrook. So you're never quite sure exactly what it will be. And these are averages. So generally your response time is a little bit better in the center zone because more officers are concentrated there versus the outer edges, north and south.
Very good. Well, thank you for that explanation, and I move to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. The only thing I would note, Dr. Castor, is that the last time I complimented the chief on car burglaries, the next week there were 3 of them. And I was chastised by one of the captains, not the captain that's here this evening, but I was chastised by one of the captains for having even mentioned it. So in the event that next week is a bad week, I will note that it was not the mayor this time. So, but in all seriousness, Chief, thank you and your department for all the work that you've done and for the success we've enjoyed this year. There is a motion and a second pending to accept the police department's monthly report. Any discussion? All those in favor of adopting or accepting the police department's monthly report, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the police department's monthly report is accepted. There are matters that have come to my attention and to the attention of staff that I believe requires that the governing body recess into executive session for consultation with our city attorney. To that end, I would ask for a motion that we recess into executive session for 1 hour for consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client exception under K.S.A. section 75-4319 B2. The open meeting will resume in the council chamber upon the conclusion of the executive session. Do I hear such a motion?
Mayor, I need to add a few more words. A few words dropped off the agenda somehow. It would be for an hour for consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to the attorney-client exception in the K.S.A. you noted. The open meeting to resume back here at the conclusion.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Filla. Thank you, Ms. Larson. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The ayes have it by unanimous vote, and we will recess into executive session in the main conference room.
Executive session at 9:45. Crying at 10 o'clock, you mean? No, I'm going to be in exercise classes.
Yeah, I'm freezing.
We're so cold.
Although the hardest name didn't make it. The lady in yellow.
I got it.
What was her last name?
Fenaroli.
this one turned on, but this one.
I had mine turned off. I manually turned.
I'm trying to figure out, she said we had leaks, but then we got.
That one's on.
Well, those are Pittsburgh.
chicken. So good.
Stacy looks like she's ready to just tuck herself into bed.
I am. I am. I'm ready to take these shoes off and get comfy.
Do you have your slippers on?
No, my boots.
I'm totally awake now.
Yes, Stephen, it's Kurt with a C.
See? Stu. Spell. Will you check his spelling? I might still be Stu.
It's K. It's S-K-O-O-G.
Huh?
K or C?
It's Kurt with a C. Kurt
Oh,
Skoog
sorry, I thought you meant last name.
is in the copy. Letters being copied to the CC line.
Do you need plugged in?
I'm okay.
Oh, hey, Beth.
Steven, are you okay? You're still plugged in.
We haven't even gotten to, there's so much more left on the
I'm half. I got half.
Is that sometime recently? Okay, before the Public Works Committee entertained all the issues.
Yeah, we still have new business.
I am busting this coaster up. We're going to have to find something else for me to have.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know my own strength. The governing body will come back into regular session, having concluded an executive session in which we conferred with council. Is there anything else that I need
And
to?
took no action.
And took no action during the course of the executive session. I'm waiting for a document from one of our staff members, but in the interim, I will note we'll move on to the agenda for the mayor's report. On December the 2nd, the staff and I, read my own handwriting here, conducted pardon me, an orientation session for the recently elected council members-elect Rachel Rubin and Matt Peppas. My thanks to the staff. You guys did an excellent job in orienting them and introducing them to their new roles as governing body members. On the 5th of December, Councilmember Kane and Assistant City Administrator, Assistant City Administrator Stephen Powell went to the P&L District in Kansas City, Missouri to join in the FIFA 2026 World Cup draw. It was a really interesting, exciting time, and again, Julie did just an amazing job. Anybody that would even look her way, she would stop and talk to and explain what we're doing from a celebration perspective for the World Cup event. Distributed goodie packets to everybody. So as she will tell you a little bit later, we're the only game in town that has our own pins right now, and those pins were being spread all over the Power and Light District. So we really have a very high profile. And then that was followed on December 9th by the Leawood hosting the K.S.A 2026 Community Outreach Meeting at Ironwoods Park. And again, Stephen, Julie, and my friend Lisa Harrison was dressed in an inflatable, a giant inflated soccer ball. And we had a lot of fun with that. There were probably about 75 or 80 people there, I think, from around the metro area. And we had an opportunity to showcase all the great work. And again, thanks not only to Lisa and to Julie, but also to Stephen and to Stephanie Meyer for doing a great job. We are way ahead of the curve when it comes to planning for this event, and I think we're setting a good standard for that. And then last week, in that same connection, thanks to Beth and Julie and Lisa for their work in getting our website up and going and live for the goal. We are out there on the internet now with For the Goal and for our celebration. I think that when we get to their section of council members' reports, they'll give you even more. But even in faraway South Dakota, I got word of their interview on Fox 4, and what a great job they did representing the city and promoting the city's celebration. Last, I wanted to bring to the governing body's attention, as if I need to, because you all have received all the same letters that I have, that with the rumors and speculation of the Royals potentially siting a baseball stadium in the Aspiria campus on Knoll Avenue and 119th Street, just across the street from Leawood, we have received just amazing response from a variety of residents, a large number of residents, probably the largest number of emails that I've received, certainly since I've been mayor, and even larger than the volume of emails that I received when I was on the Planning Commission. And so what I wanted to do tonight is open up the floor to get the sense of the governing body. What I would intend to do is I would intend to make a public statement or issue a public statement on behalf of myself and the governing body that would be something along this line. The City of Leawood supports keeping the Kansas City Royals in our region. However, do not believe the Aspiria campus in Overland Park is an appropriate location for a Major League Baseball stadium. Based on public reporting and direct feedback from our residents, we share serious concerns about the potential impact should a stadium be built on this property. These concerns include traffic congestion, noise and lighting, public safety, and emergency access, parking in neighborhoods, infrastructure capacity, and impacts to nearby schools, medical facilities, senior living communities, and established neighborhoods. Pardon me, those concerns have been amplified by the lack of transparency regarding any plans for the site, which is, oh, this is not the right one, Beth, sorry. This has a disrespect in it. Sorry, I need another document here. If you want, just give me your computer. That you and I had in our meeting, right? My apologies. I want to be very precise in what I say here. All right, let me start over again. I apologize. Pardon me. The City of Leawood supports keeping the Kansas City Royals in our region. However, the City Council and I cannot, at this time, support the Overland Park Aspiria campus as an appropriate location for Major League Baseball stadium. While Aspiria is in Overland Park, it is located directly across Knoll Avenue from Leawood. Based on media reports and direct feedback from our residents, we share serious concerns about the potential impacts of Leawood on Leawood and the citizens and its citizens should a stadium be built on this property. These concerns include traffic congestion, noise and lighting, public safety and emergency access, parking in residential neighborhoods, infrastructure capacity, and impacts on nearby schools, medical facilities, senior living communities, and established single-family residential areas. These concerns have been amplified by the state of Kansas's lack of transparency regarding any plans for the site, which has eroded trust and residents' concerns, which has eroded trust that residents' concerns will be heard and meaningfully considered. We are further troubled by public statements from T-Mobile and the Jewish Community Centers Association, two institutions that are vital to the economic and cultural fabric of this area. Their expressed concerns about the proximity of a stadium and the negative impacts they anticipate underscore the broader risk associated with this location. Given the concerns raised by residents and the opposition voiced by key institutions in this area, as well as the lack of information regarding the project, the City of Leawood cannot at this time support the location of a stadium at the Hesperia campus in Overland Park. And that is what I would propose to issue as a statement. But I would open the floor to other members of the governing body for your thoughts and comments with the idea of moving towards a vote here after we've heard from folks that want to be heard. I'll start with Ms. Larson.
Thank you, Mayor Elkins. Mayor, I support your statement 100%. To the many residents that we have heard from who have taken the time to share their concerns and written in opposition to the Hesperia location for a potential relocation of the Royals Stadium, we hear you and we thank you for making your voices heard. We have the very best interests of our Leawood residents at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. I appreciate those comments. Ms. Phillip.
I would just amplify what Mary said so eloquently and ask that we also share that response. We share this communication with all of the folks who have written into the city, and that we have heard them by sharing with them our public statement. So when we release this, I would like it to go to every person who has written in regarding this subject.
Thank you. Ms. King.
I echo my support of that public statement. The lack of transparency is glaring, and no photos, no nothing, and it keeps being said that it's across this Knoll, and Knoll is a two-way street both directions. Knoll is not a major, northwest carrier. So to think that putting it right across the street, literally right across the street to our western border will not impact the city of Leawood is just absolutely absurd. I hope that we will post this letter on our website tomorrow. I hope that we will post it on social media tomorrow and do a press release, and then maybe, submit phone numbers and emails for our, action items for our residents, because this is super, super serious, and I think it's time for action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Other comments, Ms. Guyette?
Thank you. I also fully support this statement. I've never received so much feedback, letters, emails from residents, I think it is important on behalf of our residents, and especially on behalf of the Ward 2 residents that are the residential area that is most proximate and will be the most impacted by this development. It is important that we express our concerns on their behalf. So I fully support this.
Thank you, Ms. Guyette. Ms. Phillip.
Can I add one other social media, because there is a petition out there that has been put together, and maybe we can post this in that said petition.
Thank you. Mr. Sunkel?
I also concur with everything my fellow council members have said here and fully support your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Sunkel. Mr. Sipple?
I agree 100% as well. People did not move to Leawood to have a commercial establishment like a ball field in their backyard. They like a quiet way of life, an upscale community, and we pride ourselves on our parks and our trees, are safe streets. That's not the reason people have moved to Leawood. And I think we're going to have a tremendous outpouring of support for this letter as it goes forward.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sipple. Dr. Castor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with your statement. I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Ms. Harrison, I guess I've not reached out to you
We
yet.
want to make sure we all weigh in. I do agree 100% with this statement, and I thank the staff for working overtime in the last few days to put this together. I also would encourage our residents to write letters like they've not written letters before to their congressional and senatorial representatives and anybody in local government on either side of the city line. So get busy, folks.
And that would be the state legislature as opposed no reason not to write Congress either, I guess.
Well, anybody who calls himself a representative of the people of Overland Park, Johnson County, or the state of Kansas.
Very good.
Or Leawood.
Well, we already got your letters. So.
Well, thank you all. I guess I would entertain a motion authorizing me to issue this statement with maybe some of the typos in my voice. They're not on the paper, but corrected.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Thank you, Mr. Sipple. All those in favor of authorizing the mayor to issue this statement, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. And the statement is unanimously authorized by the governing body. Thank you all. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your thoughts. And there will be more to come, I'm quite sure. Our business is not yet done this evening, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the mayor's report, and we now go to council members' reports. I'll start with Ms. Harrison. Ms. Kane, do you have any updates for us that you'd like to share? I hope I didn't steal too much of your thunder.
You did not. In the interest of time, I'm happy to give an update on our Floor the Goal efforts at our next meeting, unless there's anything super time sensitive that Ms. Kane would like to share.
No, LeawoodForTheGoal.com has launched. There's a QR code. Our little video clip is on there. People are talking about it all over town. And when at the draw last week Friday, I was handing out our pins and all of our bling, and the people that are in charge of Leawood FIFA 2025 said Leawood was the talk of the function. So, because of all the wonderful things our communication department and our arts department, our cultural arts supervisor, and the staff have put together, the executive committee put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Other council member reports? Well, thank you. We'll move on to the city administrator's report. Ms. Stoddard, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, briefly, I will, given the late hour, just draw your attention to my written report, and if that can be entered into the record, I would appreciate that. But I would draw your attention to one item there, because the individual is in the room. I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize and congratulate Jana Raper, who will soon be our interim director of finance, for her recognition as the City of Leawood Employee of the Year at last week's convention.
Congratulations to Ms. Raper. Absolutely. I'm not sure that the city administrator referred to you as the elephant in the room, but I think we got what she was suggesting. So it's a late night for us all. Is that it, Ms. Stoddard? Thank you. We have no old business, but believe it or not, we still have some new business to attend to this evening. The first item is an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 8 of the Code of the City of Leawood 2000 by adding new sections 1-823 through 1-826, establishing and providing for the Golf Course Enterprise Fund operations and the Golf Course Capital Improvements Fund. And Mr. Cawby, you or Ms. Raper, since you're going to be holding the bag tomorrow morning?
Thank you, Mayor. I came up to take the blame, so if you have praise, please direct it in Jana's direction. We have been working on getting these things drafted and want to get it done before the end of the year, so I think that's the reason we've been able to sneak it in. Jana and the rest of the staff have gotten this put together in the next agenda item that you'll see, but to get accomplished what we talked about during the budget cycle, and hopefully this will be in place officially, and then we can go from there.
And it'll be effective on 1/1? Great. Questions for Mr. Cawby or Ms. Raper? Or I'll go with Dr. Castor first.
Yeah, just a quick question. So thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I think this is a really excellent fund and will really help us a lot moving forward. So will essentially every line item, merchandise, golf balls, will all, food, will all those things be in this fund? So it's real easy for us, because right now when we go through the kind of the monthly spending report, you'll see so much for golf balls or shirts or whatever. I'm just hoping that all this is just going to be at one place so it's easy to keep track of.
Or one of my favorites, I always question when I see the purchase for cigars, and then Don has to remind me that it's for the golf course. So,
yes, all of the information that is currently available will still be available, and it will be easier for finance to compile it, and easier for the public to just see it in one place rather than it necessarily having to be compiled separately and reported separately from the rest of our financials.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Ms. Larson.
A couple of things. Thank you so much for putting this together, and I just wanted to emphasize that this is creating more transparency, not that suddenly we weren't transparent and now we are transparent. It's creating more. I did have a question. So the irrigation system is in the CIP for, I believe, $3.6 million. How does that work with this new enterprise fund that is funded with $1 million? How does that fit together?
So that project has been planned to be paid by general obligation bonds, and that would continue with that plan, correct?
Yeah. I don't think you would see any change. It would be funded through the debt fund. It's not like you could, it's essentially we haven't raised revenues additionally to pay for that project, so it's just going to be funded through the debt process as other things have. So to come through the mill levy for the debt.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Mr. Sipple.
Jana, will this information be available for the first Golf Course Advisory Board Committee meeting, I think is in February? And hopefully there'll be somebody to give us a tutorial to walk us through the new P&L, because there's going to be different expense items in there and things like that.
Yes, it will be available for the first one, and I don't necessarily foresee that there will be a lot of differences immediately, but we have more flexibility to be able to provide what the stakeholders need. So we could make someone available to talk you through it, and then I guess get some feedback on what what would be more helpful.
I'm sorry, go ahead. There's a number of people on the golf course committee that would like to see that operation like a standalone business, because they're saying, well, if this were a private concern, this, that, and the other thing. So if we have $100,000 being spent on something, you might get a bank loan for that if you're in a private business and pay for that over 3 years. So would we see a third, or the same thing with amortization of $3.6 million of debt to pay for the irrigation system? Would we see that as an expense item over the course of however long that would last?
I'm going to defer to Dawn on that for a moment.
Of course you have I get what you're saying. I think that's going to have to be a decision that you'll make during the budget process, is how you want to repay that debt. If you wanted to peg it to the capital improvements fund servicing that debt, or run it through the fund in some way, you could make that decision. But right now, our GO debt is set to be paid by the mill levy. So by issuing debt through the bond and interest fund or the debt service fund, and then the mill levy set to pay it off. But the nice thing is that's really the only debt item that exists except for the lease being recorded as an ongoing concern and showing somewhat as a kind of a debt in the way it's set up now under GASB standards. So those are the only two pieces. Everything else we expect to flow through that fund. So you should have when equipment's paid for, it would come through that fund. And then if you have to subsidize the fund to be able to pay for it, that would be very open and you would see that very easily.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Castor.
And then kind of on the flip side too, so if the golf course has a profit every year, that profit will stay in the fund, and then that money can be used for future capital projects whenever we would need those in the future.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a little bit of a budget decision on how much money you want to, if there's money left over at the end of the year and the balance goes up, do you transfer that to the capital improvements fund? Do you keep it for additional operating expenses? You'll kind of consider that both of those funds together as one big piece of the operation. It's no different than a utility at a city or any other kind of business operation the city might have. There's other sources of revenue that can come in and out, but it'll stand alone and it'll be very clear as to where the money's been spent and what the gain or loss has been.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Any other questions for Don or Jana? Yes.
Just a comment. We took a bit of a criticism earlier about 6 hours ago from a resident who signed in to tell us that they felt like a year was too long to do all of this. And I was actually thinking, wow, we got this done in a year. Because I appreciate, how long it takes for budget things when you're making a big change to something that's been around for 30 years. You don't just decide, next week we're going to start budgeting for it differently, or we're going to start funding it differently than we have for the last 30 years. So kudos to you all for getting it done within a year or two. In my opinion, I think that's great. And I also want to suggest that maybe the Golf Course Advisory Committee, if there's members on that committee, residents that have concerns about our budgeting and things like that, that maybe they should come to budget meetings instead of just golf course advisory meetings, because I feel like some of those residents maybe aren't staying in their lane, and maybe this is just, it's 11:15 and my brain stopped working 4 hours ago. But I feel like that this whole enterprise fund has been kind of a reaction to some concerns that maybe weren't as big of a concern as they needed to be. I trust Troon. They operate courses, maybe 1,000 courses around the country, and they do it well. And I think we were very smart to partner with them. And I've never had concerns about the way we were operating Iron Horse or how Troon management was managing it. And I think it's thrived under their leadership. And I don't even golf, so kudos to them. So thank you all for all of this.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. And I would join Ms. Harrison in congratulating you on doing it so quickly. I mean, when you think about it, and this was obviously lost on the resident that raised it this evening, you actually affected this in the next budget year from when it was first raised. So it wasn't like it took forever to do it. It was actually the next time it was possible to do it. And we all recognize that up on this dais. So thank you both for the work that you did there. Any other comments or questions? If not, this I do believe requires a roll call vote. Is there a motion to, I've lost it already.
Motion to approve?
Thank you. A motion to approve something. And that would be Ms. Larson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of adopting the ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 8 of the Code of the City of Leawood, please indicate by, would the clerk please call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Guyed?
Aye.
Councilmember Castor?
Aye.
Councilmember Harrison?
Aye.
Councilmember Kane?
Aye.
Councilmember Phila?
Aye.
Councilmember Larson?
Aye.
Councilmember Sunkel?
Aye.
Councilmember Sipple?
Aye. Aye.
I count an 8-0 vote, and the ordinance is unanimously adopted. Item B,
Just one comment. I've been around long enough that when I first got elected 20 plus years ago, 22, that this was the one thing that I kept the budget planning meeting 4 nights trying to get the answers to this question. So from my perspective, it's been a long time coming.
thank you. The next item is item B, an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 8 of the Code of the City of Leawood by adding new sections 1-871 through 1-874, establishing a new Leawood Gifts and Grants Fund. Is this Ms. Raper? Ms. Raper.
Can I answer any questions?
Well, do you mind just summarizing exactly what a Gifts and Grants Fund is?
Okay. So the city receives a small number of just sort of miscellaneous gifts or grants. So one example is the HOA, the Cloisters HOA, at the end of every year donates some money from their residents to be split between fire department and police department. Unfortunately, with the way things have been set up in the past, when those funds are received at the end of the year, it really doesn't give them the opportunity to spend that before the general fund closes out for the year and the budget starts over. So miscellaneous things like that we want to give them the opportunity to keep the money and use it in another fiscal year for whatever period of time makes sense. This type of fund allows that opportunity. So we don't have a lot of things that we might qualify for that. Our federal funds still go to the projects, generally speaking, but this would just be for more those miscellaneous things that aren't appropriate to put in the general fund because we can't necessarily spend them right away.
Thank you, Ms. Raper. Questions? I guess the question that I have, and it probably stands for itself, but so you have the flexibility to earmark funds, I guess, funds within the fund for particular departments. So, for instance, in your Cloisters example, there will be an earmark on a certain amount of money each year for the police department and for the fire department.
Yes, that's correct. We have our accounting software has the capability to create grants or projects that are specific, and then that's how we kind of keep a running balance. It's almost like a checking account, if you will, of what the balance is.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from Ms. Raper? Mr. Sipple.
Just for clarification purposes, the gift from the owners of the land underneath the pastoral dreamer, that has a value, but that wouldn't go in here because that's not fungible money, right? We're just taking over the deed to the land.
That's correct. Yes,
But
we
I mean,
would
if
record that
they
as a
would
donated
also-
asset.
If they would also be giving us $1,000, that could go in there.
It could. I guess it would depend on the use of the $1,000. I wasn't. I'm not sure I'm up on what that would be for the $1,000. Or is that a hypothetical 1,000?
No. You answered my question.
Okay.
I just had that recent memory of the gift for the property. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that was even in this meeting.
I know that was
It's deep in your memory. So
I was hoping that would go in the land bank, but that was a selfish request. So.
Land bank.
oh my goodness. Any other comments, questions? If not, do I hear an ordinance or do I hear a motion adopting the ordinance to amend Chapter 1, Article 8 to establish the new Leawood Gifts and Grants Fund?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villa.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Any discussion? If not, this also calls for a roll call. And with that, I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Sipple,
Aye.
Councilmember Castor,
Aye.
Councilmember Kane,
Aye.
Councilmember Sunkel,
Aye.
Councilmember Guyed,
Aye.
Councilmember Larson,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrison,
Aye.
Councilmember Phila.
Aye.
Thank you. I have an 8-0 vote, and the ordinance is unanimously adopted. The last item on the agenda this evening is a resolution adopting the 2026 fee schedule for fees not specifically provided for in the code of the City of Leawood, in accordance with Section 1-7101 of the City Code and rescinding Resolution Number 6321. Mr. Powell, I'm guessing this may be yours.
I can take no credit for this one, but I can try to answer any questions you may have about it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Powell? Dr. Castor.
I'm assuming for most of these fees, we benchmark them to our sister cities or the county, or there's some process that we go through to kind of figure out what's an appropriate fee to charge for each service.
Yes, I don't know that they're all benchmarked. Some are. You know, it's not always an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of the different programs and things that we offer, but the ones that can be, I believe that they are.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castor. Ms. Phillip.
I just want to applaud the city administrator for suggesting that our employees be treated as residents in terms of our fees. I like that. And also the waiving of the public works right-of-way permit fee. I know the HOAs appreciated that especially. So thank you for that.
I wanted to give credit where credit is due. We had an employee committee that made that recommendation to us, and so I appreciate their work on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Phillip, and thank you, Ms. Stoddard. Any other comments? If not, is there a resolution, or is there a motion to adopt the resolution adopting the 2026 fee schedule for fees not specifically provided for in the code?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple. Thank you, Ms. Phillip. Additional discussion? If not, all those in favor of adopting the resolution, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. As we come into adjournment, just a couple of comments for the good of the governing body. I would note, first, tomorrow we'll be hosting a menorah lighting here and a gilt drop, and I'm looking forward to that. It's always a fun event and is meaningful to our Jewish community members. Keith, item, just to remind everybody, on January 5th, as a result of the way we constituted the leadership of the Land Bank a year ago, we will be having the Land Bank Board of Directors meeting first at 7 o'clock on Monday, January the 5th, and that will be followed by our governing body meeting, in which we will bid farewell to our two long-serving governing body members, and we'll be welcoming two new currently governing body members elected. You see the rest of the schedule. It takes us up through mid-March. Again, as this is effectively the last meeting of the year, Ms. Raper, are you sure you want to do this, since you have to be here till 11:30 at night? Mr. Cawby, again, thanks to you, but most importantly, thanks to the entire governing body. You all have done an amazing amount of work this year. I feel really good about the progress that we've made on behalf of the city, and it's because of you being willing to accept my requests for work sessions, for late night meetings, and I just would be remiss if I didn't thank you all. It's a pleasure and an honor to serve with each one of you, and as we move towards some really fun things next summer, our executive committee for 2020, or K.S.A 2026, and for the 250th anniversary of the Republic, I just can't tell you how much I enjoy working with all of you. And again, thank you for your commitment to our residents. Thank you for your support of the things I try to do, and thank you for redirecting me when I go off the reservation. So with that, I wish you all great holiday during the course of the next couple of weeks, and I look forward to seeing you on January 5th at 7 p.m. With that, we stand adjourned.